What's happening, everybody? It's good to see you, Metal Kings Edition. How's it going? Sure hope everything is set up properly. Hope you guys can hear me. I would hope you can see me. Things sound just a little quiet on my side. Things quiet for you guys, or your favorite Zelda game? Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. So, we've got something just a little bit different cooked up for this run, since we have done Twilight Princess HD in the past as a standard run, and given my history with the Zelda franchise, I've decided to spice things up with this run. And with the Twilight Princess HD gives us a few extra options. So, decided that this would be a great opportunity to try out the hero mode on this, which I have not yet done. And after we beat the first... No, I'm not doing a 3-heart challenge, no freaking way. Not on this one. On Ocarina of Time, sure, why not? But Twilight Princess, ooh, no. No. So, after we finish the first dungeon, the game will enable Amiibo support. And we have a couple fun things cooked up here. So, not yet active, but I've put in a couple of things here. So, with the Amiibos, the Zelda Amiibos, when we can activate them, I have a total of 3 separate Zelda Amiibos, which you guys can use. And what they will do is completely restore my health. One of them is actually Sheik. There's only 3 of them, and I can only use them once each per 24 hours. I don't know so much about a speed run on this one either, Iron, but it is good to see you. How you doing tonight? Likewise, I have a total of 7 different Link Amiibos, of which will restore arrows when scanned in. So there's 7 of him, and the one everybody wants to know about the most, the one that will make this game even more punishing than just playing this on hero mode, is the Ganondorf Amiibo. And the Ganondorf Amiibo causes me to take double damage, which actually stacks on top of hero mode's already double damage, resulting in 4 times the damage from any hit taken from an enemy. The ruling that I've got with that one, when we can activate it, it will stay on for a minimum of 10 minutes before somebody will be able to turn it off, and it will have to stay off for 10 minutes before it can be turned on again. So those are kind of like the things on there, since it is going to be a little expensive. I do like the concept of you guys warring over who wants to punish me and who wants to help. So, you know, those things are in place, and yeah, like I said, I only get 3 Zeldas to help me out with this, so sounds like turn-based RPG game playing chess. Almost. And we even have the figures and everything, right? No, I am actually very excited about this, because this provides a difficulty that I personally have never done with this game. I'm gonna be alright with the flipped map, because I played this first on the Wii back in 2006, and I played this game a few times on that as well. So for me, having an inverted map is no big deal. But the rest of it is going to be far, far more punishing. Yep, King does find ways to punish me off stream. But hey, when the option's literally just right there to make the game harder, sometimes you gotta. But it will be a while before we get to enable the Amiibos. So they are not yet in the channel point rewards, but when we get to that point, I will enable the channel point rewards to allow those. And the ones that will be available immediately are going to be the Zelda and Ganondorf Amiibo. but the Link one has to wait until Dungeon 2 because we don't get the bow until the second dungeon. Spoiler alert. Okay, so here we are. Hero mode, the damage you take will be doubled and no hearts will drop for advanced players only. I consider myself to be an advanced player. I don't usually hit game overs with this game, unless I'm really just being dumb. So, this is going to be a lot of fun. I'm actually really excited. Advance, you're a master at Aw, well, shucks. Thank you, Sedition. I'm glad you think that of me. Tell me, do you ever feel a strange sadness as dusk falls? Hey, Power, how's it going? You're just in time to see the beginning of this. We're literally just hit the start button on the hero mode, and right on the first cutscene. I've given the explanation on the Amiibos. They will not be active until after first dungeon because the game doesn't enable Amiibo support until after Dungeon 1. So, this is going to be a wonderful thing because I have to get through the first dungeon on double damage, but after that first dungeon, my life is in your guys' hands. That includes 3 Zelda Amiibos for 3 total hearts, or heart recoveries provided by viewers, 7 Link Amiibos, because I don't really have an issue with finding arrows myself. So if you guys want to offer a time saver from time to time, or just see, hey, you know what, you look like you may be down about half, here you go. That option will be there. And then the Ganondorf Amiibo will be available as well, which will deal a total of 4 times damage. And has to stay on for a total of 10 minutes before somebody can use their points to disable it. And the disable lasts 10 minutes before somebody else can turn Ganondorf back on again. So, this ought to be real fun. Yes, and the Wii perspective go. Yeah, I know, I'm excited to experience this the way that I remember it. They say it's the only time when our world intersects with theirs. The only time we can feel the lingering regrets of spirits who have left our world. That is why loneliness always pervades the hour of twilight. But enough talk of sadness. I have a favor to ask of you, Sarge. I was supposed to deliver something to the royal family of Hyrule the day after tomorrow. Yes, it was a task set to me by the mayor, but would you go in my stead? This game looks amazing. You have never been to Hyrule, right? In the Kingdom of Hyrule, there is a great castle, and around it is a castle town. A community far bigger than our little village, and far bigger than Hyrule is the rest of the world that God's created. You should look upon it all with your own eyes. It is getting late. We should head back to the village. I'll talk to the mayor about this matter. They will be channel point redemptions. I have them added in, but they are currently turned off. Because I can't use them right now. I can't even activate them or scan them. They won't be scannable into the game until after the first dungeon. So, because of that in-game restriction, there's no point in having people pay for them and not be able to use them. So I will turn them on once we have that Amiibo support enabled. Well, yeah, I have a camera. I can see behind me. What's up?
I'm gonna come sit with you.
Oh, looks like Kyo's gonna play with us tonight.
Yeah. I guess I need another chair.
Sorry.
That was occupied.
Appreciate you. Thank you for keeping an eye on that for me, Power. Now, they are intentionally off for the moment. I just don't want people wasting their points on something that they can't use at the moment.
Hi, guys. Oh, I guess I need to plug in my headset, huh?
Yep, the splitter is already active. You just have to plug into it. Because I never know when you want to sit in.
Uh-huh. You need to scooch a little bit more. Okay.
151,000 points. Hoo-hoo!
For what?
He's got 151,000
no!
points.
Ugh! I'm supposed to have the most.
You guys are going to be warring over whether that Ganon Amiibo is going to be active or not.
Apparently not, because who can compete with that?
I mean... It should make for a good time all the same. Hey, Sarge, you there? Hey, you mind helping me herd the goats?
Yes.
They ain't listening to me lately. Yeah, how many are you at, babe?
What?
Channel points.
Oh, find out.
Hey, where's Epona?
It didn't work.
You can't hear?
Oh. Try again. Oh, there we go.
Alright, cool.
Am I glowy? I'm glowy.
You're glowy.
Okay.
You're all aglow.
Aw. Alright, let me check and see how many points I got. Is it
horse.
quiet? It's really quiet.
Yeah, game does seem a little quiet to me.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hurry up and bring Epona, he says. Where's Epona at?
I'm trying to bring up the stream so I can see how many points I got, man.
We have to go this way.
There we go.
The game does start kind of quiet, yeah.
I have 41,000.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I mean, even Power's beating you.
Excuse me!
You haven't been in attendance a whole lot lately.
You dare accuse... Yeah, you're right. I've been crocheting my tushy off. Because I gotta make baby blankets for everybody's baby making.
Yep. Not ours.
Not ours. I finished! Oh, I should go get it and show.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay. I will go get it and I will show.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Oh, hi, Sarge. I washed Epona for you. Yeah, this part doesn't normally have music. It is a pretty quiet part of the game. Epona works really hard, so I thought she deserved a treat. No, you like Ilya better for Link? I'm kind of partial to Zelda. I'm even more partial to Rutella.
The fish lady?
Yeah.
Okay, you ready?
Yes. So this is the safari-themed baby blanket that Kyo put together for...
Baby. Oh, hi. Now it's big.
Yep.
Yay!
This is for my nephew. My sister's having a baby.
Maybe I'll just keep it on my lap for a minute. But yeah, it's got this pretty green border and the colors. So. Yay!
Yeah, it does look quite lovely.
I like it.
So yeah, that'll be going to my nephew.
Yeah. It'll keep my legs warm for now.
Oh, but listen, Sarge, could you do something for me? Can you use a piece of grass to play that song for me? You know, the one that Epona likes?
I like Ilya better.
That's nice. It's such a nice melody. Epona looks so happy. Well, she's all prettied up now, so I suppose you can ride her back, but don't make her do too much, okay?
Yeah. Gale, you're such a bad owner.
Hey, Powers, Dad.
Hi.
Long time no chat.
I've never chatted, but hi.
Hope things are going well. Look forward to seeing your completed Star Wars figures when they're all painted up.
What bird song? Oh, that one. I was like, is it the... Don't you know about the bird? Everybody says that the bird is the word.
Bird is the word. Well,
Bird is the word. That one?
Well, lots of chit-chatting.
Are you trying to run that person over?
Yes. Great timing, Sarge. There was something I had forgotten to tell you. My son Colin is making a fishing rod so the two of you can play together. He should finish it today. So you come get it at the house tomorrow.
That song is the worst part of Family Guy. The worst part?
Oh, hi, Sarge.
Okay.
I'm making you a fishing rod, you know. All I have left to do is paint it, so get ready for fishing. And
Jeez. Epona is big in this.
yes,
She's not a pony.
she certainly is not.
Not no more. Does she ever get to like adult horse size in Ocarina of Time? Yeah, yeah.
I mean, yes.
Because in Majora's Mask, she's like a pony the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, currently painting some X-Wings. I'd like to see those, too.
Yeah.
I mean, but anybody that knows me knows that I'm a Star Wars diehard, so.
Yep.
Sorry to get you over here in such a hurry, Sarge. These guys have been awful skittish lately. They won't listen to a word I say. Sorry to ask, bud, but how's about you and Epona herd them up into
They're
that barn real
angel
quick?
goats. They have halos.
Yep.
Cute.
We ain't got much time, so you think you can do it for me? Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, I guess.
Much obliged there, bud. Okay, then. Go on and herd all these little scamps into that barn for me.
I hated this part. Have you ever actually tried to get a farm animal to go where you want it to go? It does not work out so well. No! Ugh, one left?
Yeah, I always hate it when there's one left.
It's almost harder to herd one than it is to herd a herd.
Yep. That it is. Sarge, Epona, much obliged to both of y'all. I can cover everything tomorrow without having to trouble you, so just sit back and relax, bud. Oh, but, how about today? Want to practice with the fences? Just wait a spell, bud. I'll get them fences set up.
Bud.
Bud,
Bud.
have you heard about the bird? 'Cause everybody knows that the bird is the word. You're just gonna start us back up again.
The bird.
You just said that's the worst
Bird is
part
the
of that
word.
show,
Bird,
and here you
bird,
go
bird,
again.
Bird is the word. Hey.
I have to be careful not to yell at them too much in the minigame, otherwise they attack you. Yep, that's true.
The goats?
Yes. If you whoop at them too many times.
If you whoop at them?
Yeah. That's what the button says. It says to whoop them.
To whoop them.
Yeah.
Whoop them good.
Yeah. And if you use it too many times,
Is
they'll
whoop
turn around
better
and
than
hit
a
you.
doot?
Don't doot at me.
Don't doot at me.
Sorry that took so long. Okay then, y'all ride y'all. There's.
Alright,
okay.
y'all.
Ride all you want. Y'all get tired of riding, just jump the gate and head back into the village. Okay, bud? Sure thing. Oh, shut up.
Oh dear. My ADHD is showing.
That's all right.
Ah.
I don't mind.
Well, good, because you're stuck with me. So.
Do I want to save?
Wii mode engaged. Whee! What? Something with your guitar?
Oh no, your Wii U broke? I know somebody who may be able to fix it for you. Depending on what the issue is.
I'm waiting. Tell me.
Hey, wake up, Sarge. It's morning already.
Writing! Cool. Nice, nice.
There's a shop called Rooster's Fun Unlimited in the mall, and Metal Parrot is actually their repair guy there.
He reshelled my Switch.
Yeah, he actually knows a lot about maintenance on all kinds of things. He does console mods, repairs. He'll usually do a diagnostic first before charging you for... well, he'll charge you for a diagnostic, but he doesn't charge the diagnostic if it's something that he can repair. Otherwise, it will just be the cost for the diagnostic. So, yeah, if it's something that you want to get looked at, Metal Parrot in the Rooster's Fun Unlimited at the Newgate Mall. He's your guy.
Who didn't answer you back earlier to what?
Might have been me. I don't know. I thought I did. Oh, Sarge, did you hear? They're selling a slingshot at the store right now. A slingshot. I wonder how powerful it is. I must try it.
Me!
Talo, if you and Malo want it so
I did
badly,
ask.
just buy it at my
What?
parents' shop.
You said writing, and I said, yay, good.
Do you see
Is
any
that
rupees
it?
in my hand? I can't afford that thing. Come on, Beth. Can't you just loan it to us for a while? You know I get in
Sass.
trouble for that. If you two want it, save up your allowances or something.
Oh, I
But
got a
our
new
allowances
phone
are
today.
terrible. What?
I got.
You're making chatter while I'm trying to read this.
I'm sorry. You texted me at 1. I was at therapy at 1.
Yep, sometimes we're not available and then we forget. Our allowances are terrible. I wish I was born into a family with a slingshot
sorry,
instead of one
I'll
with
check.
a water wheel.
I also got a new phone today, so it's doing stuff. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, hey, morning, Sarge. Got a day
Oh.
off from work today, my boy.
I got a new same phone because I broke my old one, so I claimed the insurance policy on it and got a new old one. It's the same, but new.
And hopefully it doesn't break on her.
I'm gonna get a case!
Yeah, don't drop it. No more times dropping it.
I dropped it.
Several
times.
Some of that in
In
water.
a toilet.
The wife's been hassling me. Today's
So,
the day to restock
you
our
know.
store. Look, see that? Up there in that tree. You better get a better view by pressing the right and then blah blah blah. Yeah, some Ordon bees built themselves a fine nest up there, and I was thinking about knocking it down. Our cat hasn't come home since yesterday, so the wife's in a bad mood. At the very least,
Aw.
I need to bring something home to her.
You want us to get bees?
That pregnant lady's running.
No, she's not. Where's your baby? Oh, wait.
In
it's
her. She's pregnant. Oh, good morning to you. Did you come to get that fishing rod that Colin made?
Where's the baby?
I'm really sorry, but would you hear me out first? You've not seen a cradle come floating by here, have you?
I thought the bread was supposed to be a baby, but it wasn't a baby. Hi. I've had a lot
Tonight's
of
stream
sugar.
is featuring Keo, everybody.
I'm sorry.
Keo on apparently a lot of sugar. When did you have sugar?
In the dew.
Oh, so you're gonna crash real hard here in a bit.
Probably.
Got it.
And I've already had one of these, so.
It's the baby's cradle made of finely woven tree bark. Oh, such a misfortune. How far could it have drifted, I wonder?
Oh, wow. Oh.
Yo, Sarge, yo, up here, I want to talk to you. Yeah, I don't do that
I
little
don't do
tutorial
that.
thing, buddy. You can talk to me when I get up here. Well, hey, you climbed up here without even yelling up at me first. You're a spry one, huh? Well, whatever. Check this out over here, you.
There's a cat.
You know Sarah at the general store? Well, isn't that her cat over there? He's just been sitting there next to my house having a staring contest with the creek. You don't suppose he's thinking he's gonna catch a fish, do you? Ha ha ha. I can't catch no fish.
A cat can't catch no fish.
Anyway, that's not what I was meaning to tell you about. I want you to take a look at something. See that grass growing on that edge of that rock? Haven't I seen you whistling with that stuff? I figured it was pretty rare to see it growing in a place like that, so I thought I'd let you know. I bet you could hop these rocks, just a quick little tap, couldn't ya?
Now that you mention it, how is that growing out of a rock?
Magic bird control powers. It's kind of disappointing how underutilized this actually is. This is not a thing that we use a lot of.
There's a very similar thing in Wind Wacker. Where's the baby?
Thanks for the clip.
Thank you.
Yeah, just so you know, that one is going into the
Oh,
going
good.
in the loop.
Oh, good. Yay! I always get you the best clips.
Not lately. You haven't been giving me any clips lately. It's all been Metal King.
I mean, I get the best clips.
Oh.
I make good clips.
What you're saying is that you're pure clippable material.
I'm very clippable.
Clip-worthy.
Is it sugar? Is it ADHD? I don't know.
Uh-huh. Alright, lady.
That is not a baby.
This is just the cradle, babe. Oh, Sarge, that cradle. Could you go to the trouble of finding it for me?
That's
My
not
thanks
a
to you.
cradle, that's a bassinet.
Oh, that reminds me. There is something I'm supposed to give to you. Do you think you could carry that cradle and come with me back to my house?
It's a bassinet.
You take forever, lady.
At best, it's a Moses basket.
Okay, we get it. My thanks to you, Sarge. Yes, I had nearly forgotten. I'm supposed to give you this. Alright, here you go.
A fishing pole. That's an odd thing to give somebody for giving you a cradle.
The cradle was the fact that it had just gone missing and she really needed it. The fishing rod is because Colin has been working very hard on making it. But you're not paying any attention, so you don't know that.
Yeah, obviously I'm not paying attention. I didn't know she had a baby in her belly.
It is a little unpolished. My son Colin made this under the instruction of his father. You can use it if you like. Well, he said he made it for us, so.
You can hold your baby. Thanks. Have my son's.
rod.
Oh!
Sarge, I saw all that. Calling down a hawk. Why didn't I think of that? I was thinking of trying to knock that down myself, but if you beat me to the punch, my boy.
What did I walk into?
Uh-huh.
Hello, Iron! By the way, hi!
So, the record needs to show that Iron Man is much, much better at Elden Ring than I am.
Oh, really?
Tons better.
Oh, well, you're probably better at Zelda.
Gooder?
I said better!
Oh, I heard gooder.
I did not! If I said, who heard me? I said better. Ha! Power agrees. See?
Alright.
Whee!
To be fair, I have more of the game in my ear than I do you, so.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, just making things up now. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. My specialty.
Yeah.
Alright, you mangy cat.
Oh, rude. Every Zelda game's gotta have a fishing minigame. That is the weirdest way to fish.
You don't actually have to do anything with it. It's weird. I'm so used to having to reel it.
11
Got a
inches.
green gill.
Impressive, babe.
In the original, you had have to catch 2 fish. He's kind of dirty blonde, not really brunette.
Yeah, it is a dirty blonde.
It's about the same color as my son's hair.
Yep. It's definitely not brown. Purple? It's just not Sarge blonde. When is his hair purple? I know it's been pink.
Oh yes, getting rid of that extra dialogue was definitely a help. Oh my, Sarge, come in. You simply must hear this. My little kitty cat is so amazing. Today he caught a fish all by his little old self.
He sure did.
Sure did. How do you think he caught it? Maybe he's a genius. Oh, just look, isn't he so cute? The way he laps up that milk. Say, my dear, why don't you have some too? I'm in a good mood, so it's on the house today. Thanks.
Thanks.
This bottle's half empty. Replenish 3 hearts with it.
That's a pretty bottle.
Okay. The recycling is very important. Yep. I'm sure you'd never do anything of the sort with the kids these days. Toss things out like the whole
don't
world
like
was
her
disposable.
face.
It's criminal.
Why is her nose like that?
Because it is.
Her nose is right in the middle of her eyes. Like, here.
That's a mole.
No, I know that!
What are you talking about?
Her nose is too high.
Okay, well, they're also video game characters.
I don't like it.
Why are you critiquing now of a game that came out in 2006?
She looks weird, okay? She looks like a caterpillar.
Okay, there are a lot of characters in this game and plenty of others where they look like this. It's called stylized.
I don't like it. She's ugly. There, I said it. She looks like an alien.
Anything you want today? 30 rupees for the slingshot. Okay.
She looks like
6 more.
Heimlich from A Bug's Life.
You've only played 4 Zelda games. I hope he's better.
He's played them. Well, no, you haven't played them all.
Close enough.
Pumpkins! Smashing pumpkins?
Yes. I'm gonna get yelled at here now.
Hey!
Wasting food. But there was a blue involved with
But
it.
pumpkins aren't food. Pumpkins are jack-o'-lanterns.
Oh. Stylistically ugly? Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
This isn't even all of my Amiibo collection either.
I
This
know.
is just the ones that are applicable
that's
to this
just
game.
Zelda.
And actually, I'm missing one of them. My brother still has my 8-bit one. Welcome, my dear. Yeah, let's get that slingshot.
Why are there 2 dudes down here?
Don't worry about it. If you happen to run out of pellets, you can also use pumpkin seeds.
Get the what? Get that woman a hookah. She looks like a caterpillar. Oh dear.
Thank you for the clip.
I told you I'm clippable.
Oh, I know it.
Collect points. Hey, look, I got 50 more points.
Good for you.
Yay!
Good jorb.
Gizurb. Delivered. Hi.
Ah, just in time, Sarge. I just delivered something to your room. Oh, I see you got the fishing
You are
rod.
in my
Colin was
room?
pleased. Colin will be pleased. And it works better than you would think, right? Well, have a good one. Well, I mean, they're a village, and Link lives alone, so if he's not home...
Still, in my room?
They probably think of each other as family.
In my room?
Sarge has
Family
a slingshot.
in my room?
Whoa, wow, you had enough money to buy it, Sarge? Sure did.
ADHD, you know, has many random clippable moments. Not to say you don't, Sarge, but you're more
I know, right? I don't know why she's not the one that's... I'm not sure why she's not the one that just does the streaming.
Because anxiety! Hi.
Preparations complete. Okay, wow, this is great. Let's see how powerful that slingshot is. Hit the targets and those scarecrows. Can't believe you two brats are so obsessed about this.
It's a problem.
It just shows what little boys you both still are. These 2 idiots will never shut up about it, so I guess you'll just have to show them, Sarge.
Reaper!
Hey!
Yay!
Hey, Reaper! Good morning to you. Alrighty.
Oh, weird. I can hear me on the TV upstairs.
Well, that is weird.
Ah.
Hit it. I looked at the manual in the
Why are
store.
his
Why
eyebrows
is there a
like that?
manual for this?
Why is his eyebrows like that? Why are her eyebrows like that? What is with these people?
Their mom is the caterpillar.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Okay, glad you're paying attention. I thought you weren't interested, Beth.
Genetics. I get it now. Ugh!
Ooh.
Spider.
Amazing, Sarge. Yeah, thanks, Sarge.
Should I dance like that?
They're not all from 3 different families. Talo and Malo are brothers. Gee, you really are amazing, Sarge. By the way, Sarge, were you expecting Colin's dad to bring something by here? 'Cause he did.
Because he did.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And he went into your room.
What was that, anyway? Oh, right. Beth is from the caterpillar. These 2 are from somebody else. I don't remember who. From somebody else.
Well, they look weird.
Command you to tell us. And then Colin is from a different family as well.
Yeah,
So,
I know, the pretty boy.
Malo and Talo are brothers. Even though that one does not... Yeah, Malo does not look like a boy to me.
He looks like that picture of DLC where I'm holding him like a little frog.
A little bit.
He looks just like it. Here, I'll show you. I'll find it. You all
I'm pretty
tell
sure
me.
they sped up the climb animation
Y'all
too.
tell me that he don't look just like him. Oh, in a second. I'm gonna find it. There's a lot of pictures. Pretty sure that the album I have for him is the biggest album on my phone.
Well, that's the way it should be.
Look, okay, here we go. Okay, seriously? Look. He totally looks like him. Doesn't he? I think he looks just like him. Just put little teeny eyebrows on him, and it's him.
Ooh, my, isn't that a wooden sword, Sarge? Whoa, she's
See?
right. Hey,
He does!
can I see it for a sec? Seriously, lately these monkeys have been coming out of the woods and playing tricks on us. We want to get them good. Come on, teach us to use a sword? Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, right, the original animation for
Oh my
climbing
gosh,
was super
yeah,
slow.
It was.
Alright, first off, we want to see that move, the slice.
That move.
You just swing with B, right? Slice.
Slice and dice.
Yes. Horizontal slice. Is that it? Was it? I think I've seen you do a vertical slice before, too. Ooh, I want to see the other move, Sarge. Yeah, the one where you just, Oh,
Oh,
please, the stab.
poor little girl. You're gonna grow up to look just like your mother, I can tell.
Oh, Sarge, just amazing. Since you're at it, how about you show us that other move, you know, the little twirly thing you do.
Twirly
I love that.
thing.
What do you call it? A spin attack? Like it's hard to briefly hold B and release it. I was not expecting for it to
Don't hit
not
the
swing
children.
first. You still thought climbing was slow. It's faster than it was in the original. Oh wow, thanks, Sarge. I'm sorry you have to waste your time with these little brats when you must be tired from doing all the important stuff you do.
Oh, wow.
Hey, wait. You've got to show us the jump attack before you go.
Crushing
You know, the
much?
one there where you go hiya and leap through the air. You mean the one where you just hold the ZL and press A? Oh yeah, real tough. Whoa, yeah, he still reacts.
Whoa!
Quick spins are also a thing, but it doesn't tell you that.
Nope.
Thanks, Sarge. So, I think I get it, kinda. Maybe not. So this means that anytime one of those naughty monkeys shows up...
Oh, God.
What convenient timing.
But
Come here, you!
yeah, come here, you.
Bat monkeys! Oh, it
monkeys!
flashed up on the screen same time.
Oh,
I had a
gosh.
feeling Lag Reaper was gonna say that.
Butt monkeys. Yeah, this costume would be fun to make.
This one?
Yeah.
I'd wear it.
You'd have to wear sandals
They went that way. The rest is up to you, Sarge.
and capris.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no!
It's worse today.
Yeah. ha ha! Oh, it really is backwards.
Yes.
Oh.
I'm thinking about doing a Sheik cosplay, but I doubt I'll do it.
That'd be cool. Chic is hard to wear. I will just say that much. Well, actually, it might not. It might not be as hard for somebody who's less encumbered up top. That
then again,
might
if you're
make it better.
if you're properly bound, it might not be as bad.
True. I was not.
No.
It's actually quite dangerous the way I did it. Yeah, exactly, those. She also has, like, okay, it depends on which one we're talking about, though. But the Smash Bros. One, the cool one, she's got, like, this corset thingy on. Yeah, this one. But, okay, if you look... But you see on the back how that thing goes up her back, and then on the side, goes around the side, and then on the front. Yeah, that thing is like, it's restricting. And
We
so
got
it's,
seeds.
Like, hard, because you have to always be in an upright position, and you're like...
Found a play wooden sword. It's Talos.
It's
I
hard
can't
to bend. Hi.
The Wii version was mirrored for a much bigger reason than just that alone. It was that they flipped the model for Link, but found that he was suddenly opening the doors from all of the hinges instead, and then decided that instead of trying to run through the logical thing of
just fixing the doors?
fixing either the doors or the programming so that he just uses the other hand to open the doors and change the animation altogether, they found it just easiest to flip the entire game around.
Found a way to actually make the lyre. Is that how you say that?
Liar?
Lyre.
It's a liar.
Okay.
You liar.
They call the goddess harp, and I want to make it and use 5 guitar strings on it and tune them to the notes of the game so that I can... That would be really, really cool. You'd, like, make a real one.
See, I sell lantern oil here. Trying to drum up sales by giving away free lanterns. It's a business tactic, guy. See, as long as you've got the oil to fuel your
Does he have
lantern,
birds
you
in his
can light
hair?
your way and set fire to stuff. They're the best. Go on, guy. Try set a fire under that big pot.
Go on, guy.
Alright, cool.
Scoop.
We will not be scooping. That's right. See? It's on fire, guy. Really. You don't say. You need to just simmer a little bit.
I'm sorry.
Keep using that lantern anytime you feel the need, and if it runs out of oil, you come see me and get it
Ooh.
refilled.
Next knife. Iron's making another knife. He says he sent a sneak peek.
Was that to my phone?
Oh, that's
That is pretty.
nice.
That is very pretty. I like that.
Uh-huh. Is it a fishing knife?
Not for everybody else's eyes. Just mine. It is pretty, though.
It is very pretty. I like it. Yuck.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Womp.
Ah, friggin' bats!
It's the freaking bat!
Yep. Yup.
Yup.
Oh, goodness. I'm yawning.
Ooh.
Whoa, you're gonna die. Wait, you only have 2 hearts?
I have 3.
Oh, they disappear when you lose them?
Yes.
Okay. I see, I see. It's like the one I made for my dad. Someone else wanted one just like it. Oh, nice, nice, okay. What kind of knife would you say it is? Like, what is its what intended use? Kind of look like a fishing knife. Or, Also, how do you cut grass with a wooden sword?
Better than you think. It's really just the force of the swing. Ask somebody who used to cut grass with a wooden sword.
Okay, that's not cutting it, but that's just
Cut.
ripping it.
Well, that answers your question then, doesn't it?
I suppose.
You should keep your intimate comments to yourself while on stream.
I'm sorry. I love you,
Love you too.
and I like the way you smell.
Well, thank you.
What are all these monsters doing around here anyway?
Why?
Ripping it and tearing it. That's how it does it. Rip and tear.
Rip and tear.
Mm-hmm. Until it is done. Hey, look, I got 50 more points. You only got one left.
Yep.
Maybe you should drink some of that milk. Oh, he needs some milk.
I think we're alright for the moment.
It's magic.
Of course there's a randomizer for this game.
Link's like, ugh.
That'll heal me.
Yay! So did they finally, like, okay, I can't remember. Did you get to pick your name in this one, or
Yeah.
did they, oh,
It just defaults to Link, but you can change it.
I see. Because for a while, the argument was, well, how do we know his name is really Link? Because you get to name your character.
It's in the box art. If you actually look in the box art.
In the first one?
Yeah.
The first Zelda game?
Yes.
It says that, it canonically says that he is Link in the first Zelda game?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, well. There you go. Well, me and my siblings didn't play the first one, so we were all like, how do we know this guy's name is Link? You get to name him whatever you want. And then we got Smash Bros. And we were like, hey, they said the thing.
Yep. It's because it's the thing. That's his name.
Following that logic, how do we know of the characters in Final Fantasy game? I know, right? Yeah, like you
Woo!
can name.
Hey, woo! You're super. Now just buy something. Hey! I don't think I will.
Yeah, no. In any game where you get to name the character, you're like, how do we know that's its name, their name?
A link to the past. A link between worlds.
Yeah. I know, but I mean, everybody was like, well, the games are called Legend of Zelda, so like, maybe his name is Zelda.
Except the princess's name is Zelda.
She's not in every single one.
She's in the original.
She is, but she's not in every single one.
She's also in A Link to the Past.
But she's not in every
She's
single
also in Zelda 2.
She's not in every single one, is she?
She's in a good majority of them.
Now I'm curious, which ones is she not in?
That bird quickly deemed me a criminal. You stole from him, didn't you?
Oh dear.
That's funny. If you hadn't come, Sarge, gee, me and that monkey would have gotten eaten, probably.
Probably.
She's actually a pretty nice gal, that monkey. She tried to protect me, so we got captured together. Sarge, you're not gonna mention this to my dad, are you? He's always telling me to never, ever go into the forest, because he says it's too dangerous. So you really can't tell him. Really, you have to promise.
Please.
Okay. Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Sarge!
Speaking of which...
That's not his father.
Oh.
That's Colin's father.
Oh,
My son
I don't know.
told
There
me...
are too many kids around
My
this place.
son told me Talo disappeared into the woods and had not returned. I came as soon as I had heard. But it looks like you have brought him home already.
Yeah,
I apologize.
I handled
Such a
it.
task should not fall to
Doll,
you.
look after your
Tell
own
me,
children.
have you no... He did. His son is Colin. Have you noticed how strange this wood seems lately? I feel uneasy about what may lie in wait. Anyway, Sarge, tomorrow is finally the day. You'll be departing for Hyrule. I think it is a good thing I have given this task to you. Good luck, and return safely. If you are lucky, you may even get to meet Princess Zelda.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Oh, yeah, Link's Awakening doesn't have Zelda.
Yeah, Link's Awakening. Hey, Sarge.
Oh, you didn't name him Link.
No.
I just noticed that.
In all of these games, I have always used the file name Sarge
Oh.
for the franchise playthrough.
Uh-huh.
But again, you've been absent.
I'm sorry, I've been crocheting.
Mm-hmm. So almost time for you to get going,
People
huh,
would
Sarge?
stop making babies. I wouldn't have to make baby blankets.
So how's about we finish up early today, bud? Yeah, I'm with King. I'm gonna say that Marin doesn't count as Zelda.
Spoiler! Whoa!
I mean, we...
Power! Spoiler! Holy cow!
Okay then, let's get started.
You just ruined the whole thing.
On a game that we have already done on this channel.
Ruined!
Ruined! Oh, but Reaper hadn't played it.
It's a dream of the windfish.
Oh my gosh.
Ah!
Well, now Reaper's not gonna buy that one.
I'm sorry!
You guys are ruining Zelda games for Reaper.
No, you're ruining them by playing all of them on stream. I haven't played it either.
Every time in these streams. Spoilers!
Hey, what can I say, man? The games have been out for like at least 10 years. Like, you know, just kind of get with the program. Yeah, I was right.
Get your butt in there.
What?
I said get your button in there.
Oh.
I wasn't talking
You're
to you.
talking to the goats. Okay.
Yes.
Well, good. Sorry, but you whoop at me and you're probably sleeping on the couch.
Context is everything.
Oh no, you only have a whole minute and a half left.
It's counting
Oh.
the other way.
I don't know. Get in the barn! Get in the barn, Nebby!
Wrong game. But y'all can heard that was a minute and 11 seconds faster than usual.
Wow.
Well, how about that about wraps her up for today. So how's about y'all head on over to the mayor's place?
The mayor's place.
No, I don't want to talk to you. I never seen so much as set foot outside Ordon. Whew, y'all are making me jealous. And envious. Also, dude, you have 2 feet. You can just walk out of the forest.
This is very true.
Yeah. You have to have a mayor of a village of like 10 people? How crime-ridden is this place? It's not about that. It's about community. There's always someone in any village, even if it's only a community of 10 people. And I think there might actually be more than 10 people in this entire village, but for the 12 people who live in this village, there needs to still be somebody who upholds the order.
There's always someone in charge.
Nice work. The royal gift Russell told you about is ready, so you should get ready for your trip to Hyrule Castle. Now, the royal family requested this gift specifically, so it's real special. It'd be bad if the representative of Ordon were to be late for such an occasion. You get me, lad? The path before you is a long one, my sweet horse, but please bear Sarge safely along it. Wait, what's this? What's happened? She's injured, isn't she?
I don't know, you tell me.
Sarge, how could you? You were pushing Epona too hard again. I bet you hurt her leg jumping fences, didn't you? Now, Ilya, there's no need to... Father!
You know what you do to a horse that injures its leg?
How can you be so easy on him? You're the mayor, you should start acting like one. You poor thing. It'll be alright, Epona. I'll take you to the forest spring right now. Once we soothe you in that spirit spring, you'll feel better in no time.
Pew pew! Yep.
Wait, Ilya! Why without Epona, the gift won't get delivered in time. Oh, this won't do.
Yeah, control your daughter, man. Hi.
Conflicted about the mainline Pokemon games in Zelda. The game is fun enough that it hasn't the destination that... Oh. I'm a little confused on that. Yeah, I gather what it's supposed to mean, but the structure on it was just kind of strange in my head. Hey.
Hi.
Sarge, are you going to see Ilya? Maybe it's just me, but those guys don't normally let people through. Sarge, you think we can go see Ilya together?
What, you got a crush?
Maybe. Isn't it? Yeah, it's fine. We got it. Hey, we've been waiting for you, you know, Sarge? Suddenly we've got a walk on our hands.
You know?
You know?
You know?
You know?
You know?
You know? Yesterday was so much fun, you know? Yeah, chasing that monkey was great, you know?
Oh,
I was just telling Malo here about how we wanted to show it to him, you know? We let it go instead.
Oh my gosh, stop.
Oh, you didn't get caught, Talo. Oh, Colin. Way to spoil everything by telling your dad. Nice job. Yeah, thanks a lot. We got scolded by our dad, something awful. I thought it was never gonna end. I bet you're trying to go see Ilya, aren't you? Well, there's no way I'm gonna let you pass. Oh, hey, neat, Sarge. Let me borrow that wooden sword. If I had had that wooden sword yesterday, I could have handled it all alone. Definitely. Come on, let me borrow that wooden sword. Right now. Yeah, sure, why not, kid?
Wow. Colin, spoiler alert!
With this thing, I'll show him. Sarge. Thanks. Those guys are always teasing me. What's so fun about swinging something like that around anyway? I hate it. It's scary. Don't be such a wimp. When I grow up, I'm gonna be just like you, Sarge. I don't want to learn about swords or anything, but could you teach me how to ride a horse sometime? Can you? You have to promise. I don't have to promise jack shit.
Wow. Language, please.
The wooden sword will protect him. Right. Right. Right.
Oh, yeah. So, 2 times in the stream.
Is that correct? Are we up to 2 on this one?
Yes.
If it's not, then I guess I owe a swear.
You owe a swear.
Sarge. Oh, that's furious. Okay. If you come to take Epona back, you can forget it. Why don't you think about what you've done for a change? I won't open the gate until you change your attitude. Jeez.
Wow.
Ilya, you don't know what happened yesterday. Listen, I don't know if she'll listen to me, but I'll try to explain about Talo and the monkey, okay? You crawl in here through the tunnel and back while I do, Sarge. Yeah.
Yeah. Squirrel.
Yes. There's a few of those.
Ow. Ow.
Let's just go for 2.
You trying to give Link brain damage?
That might be. Oh, he doesn't...
Secret tunnel.
Secret tunnel through the forest.
Secret, secret,
Secret,
secret,
secret
tunnel. Yep. Army crawl.
I'm pretty sure that you did as well, Power. I had no idea. I hadn't heard the details about Talo's capture. But, Colin... So, you still prefer your master over me, huh, Pona?
Well, yeah.
Don't worry about your horse, Sarge. Fortunately, it looks like the injury isn't too serious. You two can go on together. But, Sarge... Can you at least promise me this? No matter what happens on your journey, don't try anything out of your league, please. Okay.
Wow.
Just come home safely. I have the feeling that we might be doing stuff that might just be a little out of my league.
Hey, how come Link's the only one with pointy ears?
I don't know.
Did they shoot her?
Yes. They shot her, and they clubbed us over the head.
They shot her?
Yes.
Oh my gosh!
Clearly
they just shot Kitty!
Bacon Riders.
What?
He's the
Bacon
only
Riders?
Hylian here. I guess there is that. He is a lineage of Hylian.
Pew pew! Oh my gosh, they just shot Kitty!
They just killed Kenny.
That was great in my show the other day. I guess it's a good thing the water isn't any higher.
Yep. The Horn of Gondor. Gondor calls for aid. What?
I'm hearing things.
What are you hearing?
I thought a cat was yakking. But I don't see a cat.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Where was Gondor when the Faron Forest fell? Well, that can't be good.
No.
Sure wasn't here yesterday.
Whoa! You got nabbed.
As Reaper said to me when this was happening for him, "It's happening!"
It's happening!
The Black Gate of Mordor. I hate when that happens.
Ow. You know how much that would hurt?
Yeah.
Like, seriously.
Quite a bit. Deal with it.
You turned into a wolf.
Sure did. The Black Gates of Mordor.
I always knew Link was a dog. Oh!
A wolf with a pierced ear. Indeed. Do you want to save? Yes.
Does he have 2 pierced ears?
No.
Link only has 1 pierced ear. It's the left ear, right?
Depends on the game. In this one, he actually has both pierced.
No, they are both pierced.
That's what I said. In this one, they are both.
Oh.
Yep. 1,
One,
2.
two.
Womp, 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 womp. We are suddenly shackled to the floor.
Oh no! Kinky.
I don't think there's anything kinky about being shackled to the floor, but okay.
Okay.
I guess I speak for myself.
Yeah. Yup.
I found you! Ooh, aren't you scary? Are you sure you want to be doing that, snarling and glaring at me?
It's
Well, that's too bad. I was planning on helping you if you were nice. Nice shield back there. Not like mine, though. I shield myself with the Spanish edition of Harry Potter
Oh,
the Deathly
gosh.
Hallows book. Yeah, that really sucks.
Thick enough to work. Yeah.
Things I could tell you about that Sarge.
Typically finding something not.
Something.
You're so...
Yo,
Yeah.
that is what is being implied here.
Uh-huh.
That's much better. You humans are obedient to a fault, aren't you? Oh, oops, but you aren't a human anymore, are you? You're a beast.
Aww.
There. You be a good boy and calm down. No need to bite.
I like her tooth.
Uh-huh. I know you do.
I like Midna.
You look kind of surprised. So, I bet you're wondering where exactly we are. Well, I'll make you a deal. If you can get over here, maybe I'll tell you. Hee. Oh, wow, the sass.
She got teeny tiny little feet.
Uh-huh.
Like me.
Yep.
Midna feet.
Yep.
Dig. Dig!
I never know which button is the Y button and the X button. They always move around.
Dig, dig a tunnel. Dig a tunnel, never get done. Quick before the hyenas come.
I guess you're not completely stupid after all. Yep, only mostly.
Ugh.
Listen, I like you, so I think I'll get you out of here.
Ugh!
But in exchange for my help, you have to do exactly as I say. If you need
Jeez.
anything from me, just press the L button to give me a sign. So, are we clear? Good. Now come on, get moving. Oh,
Yes,
whack.
finish it, King. Finish it so I can read it. I want to read it. Yoink. Doink. More tunnels! Oh, yeah, Reaper, did you get your money back for the book?
Gosh. Oh, well. You want to see something interesting? You're a beast, remember? Press the X button to hone your senses and poke around.
Poor guy.
Can't run any farther. That's far enough, right? I'll be safe here, I think. What was that noise? Don't anything come near me.
Aw. It would suck to be stuck in a place like this for forever.
He could get out if he could find the exit. That
He's
was a
too
soldier
scared.
spirit. Maybe it's someone from the other world.
Other world.
There are lots of other spirits roaming about here.
Nice.
You know, hone your senses to see them. They might know
Not yet,
things.
at least. Had to send it back, and sending it back cost me almost the same amount I originally paid for the shield. Yeah, that's kind of messed up, in my opinion. You shouldn't have had to pay to send it back,
That should come on the seller's end.
right?
In my opinion, that was their mistake. You shouldn't have to pay for their mistake.
Yeah, it's dumb.
I doubt you're used to your new body yet, so I'll just tell you. Think about how you fought enemies in your human form. Just because your shape has changed doesn't mean your instincts have as well.
How do you know? lady.
I'm used to this body just fine, thank you.
Little does she know, Link is actually a furry. Ah! I did not expect that. Get it! What are these things?
Ugly.
Okay.
They're just kind of, skittery shadows, kind of. You ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time.
You ain't nothing but a hound dog, crying all the time. Well, you ain't ever cut a rabbit and you ain't no friend of mine.
What are these black things? Where are they coming from? And how do we get out of here?
Yes, how indeed.
They're kind of ugly. For rats, they have a lot of limbs. Or tendrils, I guess.
I actually have had to pay to ship back things before through Amazon. I had to pay for the box or the
Whoa,
envelope.
buddy, you take a whole heart's health.
Wow, yeah, he does.
I'm just mad about it for you, bro. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah. They make weird noises.
They do. Let's see, where are we? We need to go this way. This way, over here. I'll be waiting for you, but you'll have to help yourself for a change. Jeez.
Lady, I've been doing everything. Well, I'm tired.
Please, I'm but a lowly soldier. Please, someone save me from these evil creatures. Ah.
Aren't you supposed to be a soldier? So, soldier
The
up.
Hylian soldiers are kind of lousy, honestly.
Soldier up, man! Oh my gosh, I'm tired.
Oh, there was nothing in that one. That sucks.
Oh, I don't know how long I'm gonna last.
Probably not much longer. Aw, did the detour tire you out, little wolf? By the way, are you using X to hone your senses like you should?
Well, yeah.
Looks like the spirits
duh.
in here, they're all soldiers. Where in the world could we be? You want out of here, right? Okay, we're off. Yeah, the Hylian soldiers are kind of worthless in this game.
Sad. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, a little bit.
I am really tired.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to tell you, I'm gonna go to bed!
It's fine. Love you, babe.
I'm sorry, guys. It was a long week. I'm very tired.
Kyo's cutting out, but we still have
Yeah.
at least 2.5 hours to go.
Yeah. Don't kill him.
So. They can't make any promises. That's kind of the name of the game here.
Uh-huh.
I guess I have to do everything for you. Like, I'll show you all the small ledges, so you just target me and press A to jump where I am.
Alright, bye-bye.
Have a good rest.
Love you.
Love you. Reaper says goodnight, Kyo. Let me move my way a little bit closer over here so I'm more centered. Give myself a better angle. And readjust the microphone. Yeah, this hero mode is actually already proving to be a little bit more challenging. Or quite a bit more challenging. Trying to be more conscientious about taking damage. Trying not to get hit by things. Whew, finally made it to the top. Look, we're almost outside. Why don't you try to find some footing we can use to climb up? Oop. So, you know where we are yet? Hehe. Well, if you go to the top, you might figure it out. Yeah, it is kind of a bummer that Finland doesn't have their own Amazon site, because that's kind of really hurting you guys if something gets screwed up on your on the seller's part. Kind of like ends up being more of a problem for you than it is for them. So we finally able to get out. And look at the sky. Isn't the black cloud of Twilight looking beautiful today? Do you know where this is? You still don't know? Look, there's someone I want to introduce you to, but I'll need you to go to that tower to do it. Okay. Suppose you want me to talk to this one too? So, there are even spirits up here, huh? This whole spirit thing is pretty new to you, isn't it? Even though these guys can see those monsters, they don't know a thing about you. If you think I'm lying, why don't you check it out? What? What are these monstrous birds? What in the world is happening here? Oh, our poor Hyrule Castle. That wasn't the person I wanted you to meet, by the way. Well, let's just try to get to that tower. I keep hitting the wrong button on the gamepad, so I have a tendency to mix up the ZL and L buttons. Look, just a little further. Getting chased by just a few birds. Woo! Heck, this is bad. This is very bad. Oh, we were there. Well, that's one for the death counter. Ooh. This isn't even with the ×4 damage. This is gonna get fun, guys. Alrighty. Game over, ruined. Yeah, it's a good thing we're not doing this next game. I'm not ready for the next game. Okay, so we're up to one death to this point. Don't need to redeem points. You're doing a good enough job on your own. Oh, I know, right? This is gonna be interesting when we start allowing the Amiibo support too. I mean, I suppose if I slow things down a little bit and actually take out these birds, we can make it across without a problem, but that's boring. Now, the next game is Phantom Hourglass, and if I'm being completely honest, it's not one that I'm really looking forward to doing all that much anyway. Spirit Tracks, on the other hand, I feel like Spirit Tracks is a pretty legit game. Whoa. Ouch. There we go. Whew. Yeah, just think about all the times we're gonna die when we get to the Amiibo support. It's gonna be lovely. This is actually a neat little room here. I like the Sheikah eye on the back of this cloak. Eye roll. Midna? You remember my name. What an honor for me. So, this is the one for whom you were searching. He's not exactly what I had in mind, but I guess he'll do. You were imprisoned? I am sorry. Poor thing, he has no idea where this is or what's happened. So, don't you think you should explain to him what you've managed to do? You owe him that much. Twilight Princess. Ehe. Listen carefully. This was once the land where the power of the gods was said to slumber. This was once the kingdom of Hyrule. But that blessed kingdom has been transformed by the king that rules the Twilight. It has been turned into a world of shadows ruled by creatures who shun the light. Man. These things are brutal. Hyrule Castle theme is just legit. Really, I like the Hyrule Castle theme in any of the games. It's really just excellent. I just like how dark this game is comparatively to some of the others. It is time for you to choose, surrender, or die. Oh yes, a question for all the land and people of Hyrule. Life or death? That's a pretty sword. I would love to have that. No retreat, no surrender. Yeah, but it's Zelda's charge to protect her people. So of course she's going to do the thing that she thinks is best. There's a lot of these NPCs that kind of look a little funky. Twilight covered Hyrule like a shroud, and without light, the people became as spirits. You'll make it? Dude, that'd be dope. Within the twilight, they live on, unaware that they have passed into spirit forms. All the people know now is fear. Fear of a nameless evil. Bro, I want, like, all the swords. All the swords. Reminds you of a needle from Game of Thrones. I haven't seen Game of Thrones, so I wouldn't know. The kingdom succumbed to Twilight, but I remain its princess. I am Zelda. Wow, I didn't see that coming. You don't have to look so sad. We actually find it to be quite livable. I mean, is perpetual twilight really all that bad? Midna, this is no time for levity. The shadow beasts have been searching far and wide for you. Why is this? Why indeed? You tell me. Was a bit smaller. Time has grown short. I'm assuming you guys are talking about the needle. Time has grown short. The guard will soon make his rounds. You must leave here quickly. So, Midna is an imp. If you combine those, she is Impa. That is true. I'd say interesting coincidence, but there is actually another that is meant to be the Impa of this game. Impaz. Whom we meet late game. Not that way. The guard's coming. Oh boy, he's prompt. Get good, nerd. Hey, V. How's it going? We're working on getting good, but, hero mode is already beginning to kick our butt, and we haven't even gotten to the point where we can enable, Amiibos yet. Well, do you understand where we are now? I guess a promise is a promise, so I'll let you go back to where you first tumbled into Twilight. But, are you really sure you should be going back? Are you sure you aren't forgetting anything important? Do you want to save them? Well, in that case, little Midna would be happy to help you. But... to be in one stream? No. Absolutely not. Not when my last save for this was 26 hours on normal difficulty. I don't have that kind of time, V. Now, if I had no other obligations, I would consider doing a 24-hour stream for something like this, but no, I can't, because I've got way too much I have to do tomorrow. Well, you'd have to be my servant, and like a servant, you'd have to do exactly as I say. Wow, you're sounding an awful lot like V here. Why don't you go back, take a little time, and give it some thought? Hehehe. It's a fun challenge. V does Twilight Princess in one sitting when? Oh, not to mention also on hard mode with Amiibos. I'd like to know when that stream is going to be. Oh, that's right. I forgot to mention one thing. Though you may have left a darkened realm, you haven't transformed back into your former self, and you won't anytime soon. Now, why could that be? Oh, I beg to differ. We will very soon. See you later. That's thick enough for you. Eating a spoonful of cinnamon. No, that's not very fun at all. So, what's next? Did you think I'd disappeared? Listen, there's another thing I forgot to tell you. Don't think you can just run off and save your friends, because you can't. Just beyond that bridge, the land is covered in twilight. Last time, a shadow beast pulled you through the curtain of twilight. But if you want to go that way this time, you'll need the cooperation of someone from the twilight, like me. So, you really have no choice but to do what I say. Saving your friends and all that, well, that'll depend on your actions. Jeez, because you never can trust words, you know. Right now, I want a sword and shield that will suit me. You do understand me, don't you? So, what do you plan to do while you're here dawdling the twilight continues to expand? Come on, hurry it up. A shot of apple cider vinegar. That stuff's strong. See also from the list of things I will not be doing. Get away from my house. Wait. Thank you for taking care of those bad guys. They made both the village and the forest a mess. They kidnapped the village children. But I know, you're not one of them. I can tell because you smell like the trees of Ordon. If you run into any trouble, try talking to the animals. We animals understand one another, so you'll be alright. Oh, you've taken a shot of apple cider vinegar. I'm sorry. That couldn't have been fun at all. Is the series playthrough going to include Link's crossbow training? Probably not. I don't even have that game. I don't know how well it would work in an emulation, and it's a spin-off. I'm not really planning on doing spin-offs. So, pretty much just focusing on any of the main games is the point of this whole full quote-unquote franchise playthrough. How did it come to this? The children, please say that nothing's happened. Please, forgive your good-for-nothing father. Oh, about that shield. Hey, not so loud. So that shield is still in your house, right? Yeah, it should be in the storage loft. Good, go grab it, quick as you can. Russell got wounded pretty bad, so he can't go search for the kids. I'll take over for him. Russell had a sword, Mayor, and he still got hurt. If you're unarmed, you're done for. I'll be fine. The sword we were going to present to the royal family should still be at Russell's house. Oh yeah? Alright, I understand, Mayor. I'll hurry up and get that shield. You just wait here. No good. Run! How many games? I think 17 in total. We're more than halfway. I can tell you that much. Let's see here. 86 Zelda, followed by Zelda 2, A Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Ages Season, 4 Swords. We had to skip 4 Swords because I didn't have a reliable way of playing the original 4 Swords, considering it was a Game Boy Advance game that required multiplayer, and the Anniversary Edition was encrypted in such a way that I was not able to actually get it working, which is a problem that anybody who's tried to grab the ROM has the same issue. So I forewent that one. Wind Waker, Four Sword Adventure, Minish Cap, and now Twilight Princess. After Twilight Princess HD is Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks, Skyward Sword, Link Between Worlds, Triforce Heroes, which will be my first time in Triforce Heroes, and then Breath of the Wild. So let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. That's a total of 19 titles. But it'll be 18 because of the skipping Four Swords, the original Four Swords game. It's not a bad bit of information you heard, huh? Ugh, look at that open window. This village is full of idiots. So, we should jump up there, but from where? Monster! You've returned for more, haven't you? My daughter, return her, and take this! Uh-oh. That guy is Melon and Talon's father, I think. You mean Malo and Talo? Come on, let's get up to the roof from here and scare that guy. Look at him, posing like he's all important. Wait until he sees us. Oh, no worries. Whoa! He disappeared quickly. No worries. Brains are definitely not perfect. He found it. Found it. You got the Ordon shield. Defend yourself. Beware if it's touched by fire, it will burn. It looks kind of cheap. Alright then, next is a sword. Hurry up and get one. Yes, ma'am. Oh. It's right here. Fun little maze. That's fine. What was that sound? Children could not have returned, could they? I must go out and search one last time. You get inside the house. I have placed a sword that was to be our gift to Hyrule on the couch. If the mayor comes for it, please give it to him. But darling, your injuries. Poor Russell. So obedient. I know it. Doesn't mention Zelda by name as Triforce Heroes? I mean, Link's Awakening, he does actually call Marin Zelda, but that was while he was very incoherent after quote-unquote awakening on the island, as much as you awaken in a dream world. You got the Ordon Sword. This is a sword crafted by Russell, the best swordsman in Ordon, as a tribute to the royal family. This is a pretty neat looking sword. Alright, so now you have a sword. Looks like you can actually be useful when you concentrate. Alright, no more detours. I'm going to take you back into the Twilight. Go back to the woods where you first transformed into that shape. That is still a mention. Yes, it is. Yeah, I definitely feel mixed about the Triforce Heroes playthrough, because I've been intentionally avoiding that one for many years, so it'll be interesting to actually go through that one. But yeah, I think you're right. As far as I know, each of the Zelda games do actually at least have Zelda in it or mention her by name. Even if she's not technically in it. Wait. Come to my spring. You have been transformed by the power of shadow. Come to me. I'd rather not. Be aware, a shadow being. Only place the Triforce hero has the word Zelda is on the title screen. I couldn't tell you. This is not a time for ill chit chat. Munch. We do a munch the creep beast. I just hit a monster mash. I don't know, it didn't feel very much like a graveyard smash to me. That comes later. You like open worlds rather than set linear levels? I like them both just fine. Sometimes I prefer the linear storytelling, going level to level, as opposed to having an open world, but just depends on what I'm in the mood for. Oh, brave youth. I'm one of 4 light spirits that protect Hyrule at the behest of the gods. I am Ordona. The black beast you slayed was a shadow being. It had come to seize the power of light I wield. Gotcha, chicken Caesar salad. Awesome. It sounds pretty yummy, actually. My brethren in Hyrule have already had their light stolen by these fell beasts. The entire kingdom has been reduced to a netherworld, ruled by the cursed powers of darkness. How many times does it need stabbing? Like 16? The blight will not stop with Hyrule. Before long, the entire world of light will fall into the hands of the king who rules the Twilight. To save this land from the King of Twilight, the lost light must be recovered. The 3 light spirits who have lost their light must be revived. There is but one who can revive them and redeem this land. You. You still have not discovered your true power. I'm pretty sure my true power is an admin, but sure, why not? Those transformed by Twilight usually cannot recover their original forms. Unless, if you were to return to Faron Woods, where you were first transformed, if you were to revive the Light Spirit. There, by the power of the Light Spirit, you may find the means to regain your other state of being. Oh right, I forgot that these springs will heal us too. That's good information to remember. We're gonna need it. I think that there's just different games for different people, you know? Some people really don't appreciate doing open worlds or get overwhelmed by doing open worlds because there's just way too much to do and too easy to get sidetracked. Honestly, I have a lot of issue with getting sidetracked in open world stuff because I want to know what everything is and feel like I often lose my place. Yep, since the hearts do not drop in hero mode in HD. Correct. Yep, no recovery hearts for hero mode and double the damage. So, yeah, it's already gonna be impressively difficult hero mode alone, but it'll be even more interesting when we can start playing around with the Amiibos. Hey look, the Faron Woods that you know so well. They're now covered in twilight. You might not be able to come back here, but do you still want to go? Sure do. Something I'll try to get done by Tuesday's stream. I'll try to get an inactive counter to sit on the screen, so that you guys can keep track of the deaths, so that we don't have to keep putting it into the chat if somebody wants to know where we're at. Again, into the Twilight? Yep. So these are the weapons you use in your world. Almost take my head off. You really think this thing can slay the creatures of Twilight? Well, I won't use these, but I'll hang on to them for you. Alright, a promise is a promise. I trust you enough to help. In exchange for my help, though, I need you to gather some things for me. Look, I can't tell you all the details now, but it'll be easy. Trust me. Easy. But enough about that. Do you hear that noise? It's the lamentation of the spirit that had its light stolen. Where in the world could it be? Better get going, don't you think? Don't blame me for your world's fate if you don't hurry up and find that light. Come on, snap to it. I like her hum of her theme. It's one of those small details that you only catch once. Aw, we're penned in again. Who do they think they're dealing with? No need to take these little pests one at a time, right? You can take them all at once. So, you can handle this by yourself, can't you? Good luck. Bye! Well, I'm glad she's got confidence. Woof! Holy moly, how are we gonna do this part? That sucks. That's two. Whew. Yeah, they do 2 hearts of damage to me. What? What's the matter? I'll just watch from here, but you do your best, okay? That's rude. Good luck. Oh, I know, right? Nope, can't do Amiibos yet. Amiibos are when you hit the field as normal Link for the first time. What's the holdup? If you leave the last one alive, it's just going to use that shriek to bring the others back. Listen, let me help you out here. Just move like I tell you. You just hold down B and I'll expand an energy field, so enclose all the enemies within it and release. Perfect. Yeah, we missed. So we've died now twice for this run. I imagine that death is going to happen a lot, especially when we start being able to play with the Amiibos. Because as far as I know, for testing's sake, I'll try one out. Yeah, so it's not even scanning the Amiibo right now. It won't activate. So. It will specifically tell us when we can play with Amiibos. Please, be careful. These woods have changed. The dark clouds of dusk cover this land. This drape of shadows is called Twilight. In this twilight, those who live in the light become as mere spirits. It is a place where the dark ones and evil creatures dwell. I am a spirit of light. Blue-eyed beast, look for my light. Retrieve the light stolen by the dark beasts, and keep it in this vessel. Got the Vessel of Light. It's crucial to collecting the Tears of Light. If you fill it with the Tears of Light, you will be able to cut through the twilight and return normal light to this place. In the shadows of twilight, the dark insects are as invisible as normal beings are here. Let me use the last of my power to reveal the locations of the dark insects that consumed the light. Got it. Find the insects, darkness. The dark insects, they are the form taken by evil, once it has latched on to our scattered light. Oh, 2 down. Yeah, don't worry, Iron. We're gonna see plenty of death in this. Looks like we can get in there. What's with these bugs? Those things aren't normal. They're so big, so weird, so creepy. Come on, get away, bugs. Shoo, get out of here. Oh, there's 2 of them in here. No worries, I understand. Oh, well, what? They just died? Oh boy, I have no idea what's going on around here. Yep, let me just remove these from your house for you. Just keep running. Perfect. There's another one down. Hey, think we can get across over here? Sure seems to check out. Four to go. They're hiding. Oh! Owie. Alright, and down to 2. We've got another set of these punks to take care of, too. Shoot, that was bad. Oop. Once again, I'm hitting my wrong buttons. Someone helped me? Whew. Boy, lucky for me. Ever since the boss went funny in the head, there have been scary monsters everywhere. Those village kids got led through the woods for some reason. The whole forest is so weird now. What's happened? Bat monkeys! Alright, there's the last of them. The Vessel of Light is full of tears, and light has returned to this area. Aw, but it was so nice here in the Twilight. What's so great about a world of light, anyway? See you later. Time for some epic stuff to happen. My name is Farron. I am one of the spirits of light who dwell in Hyrule. By the order of the gods, I protect this forest. Whoa! Iron, thank you so much, man, for the sub with Twitch Prime. You get to enjoy your ad-free viewing anytime you enter the chat or the stream. And you also have access to all my emotes for the month as well. Thank you so very much for that. Let me update something real quick. Alright. O brave youth, in the land covered in twilight, where people roam as spirits, you were transformed into a blue-eyed beast. Yeah, it takes a minute to set up, but pretty easy to use. So in the future, if you notice that you start seeing ads on my channel again, all you have to do is just hit that subscribe button again, and then it'll pop the option that you can resub with Prime. Oh, and you also get your first month's subscriber badge as well, which is a wooden Viking shield that just says Commander Sergeant in Elder Futhark runes. So, yep. And on the next month, you will get the next shield. It's either that one or I can't remember if I have one for 2 months or 3 months. I think it's 3 months. But yeah, thank you again so much for subscribing. Appreciate it. That was a sign. It was a sign that the powers of the Chosen One rest within you, and that they are awakening. Look at your awakened form. Yeah, we look like a badass. The green tunic that is your garb once belonged to the ancient hero chosen by the gods. His power is yours. His is the true power that slept within you. Your name is Sarge. You are the hero chosen by the gods. Brave Sarge. A dark power rests in the temple deep within these woods. It is forbidden power. Long, long ago, I and the other spirits of light locked it away. Because of its nature, it is a power that should never be touched by any who dwell in the light. But this world weeps beneath a mantle of shadows, and so there is no choice. You must match the power of the King of Shadows. If you would seek this forbidden power, then proceed to the temple in the forest depths. Well, it seems like we have no choice, really. Well, well. You're the chosen hero and all that, huh? So that's why you turned into that beast. What a shame. I mean, maybe you'd rather just wander as a spirit like the rest of them, totally unaware of what was happening for all eternity, right? So, what do you want to do? Do you want to head to that temple? Well, isn't that convenient? I was about to head there myself. Hey, look, you want to help your friends, right? The way I see it, maybe they're in that temple waiting for you to rescue them. Well, good luck, Mr. Important Hero. See you later. Midna, I don't need an explanation. I'm good. I'm good. Quiet! Without a key, you cannot proceed. Yeah. Huh? So, it's the Ardonian. You seemed familiar, but then your clothes seemed kinda different, so I got thrown off for a second. Listen, things have been a little rough around here lately, so you should watch your step, okay, guy? There are so many monsters now, I got kinda scared and closed off the path to the temple. But, you want to get back there, huh? You sure do look geared up for it, so here you go. Oh yeah, the woods on the other side of this cave are covered in really thick fog, so make sure your lantern is full. You're definitely going to need to use your lantern a lot in there, so bring all the oil you can. And check this out. Have a special one-time offer, a bottle full of lantern oil for 100 rupees. How about it, guy? What a bargain. Man, I wish that I could afford that. I'm kind of a little screwed at the moment. That's not right, guy. I gave you that lantern for free, man. I also sell oil on its own, so come back when you run out, guy. I mean, there really isn't any point in, yeah, not really any point in, filling up the lantern before we go into the, next area. Sorry, guys. It's getting to be that wonderful time of the year where my allergies are beginning to flare up. We are going to need lantern oil, though. Oh, we can purchase it from the other side, though. Whoops. Achoo! Thank you. Yep, good old wonderful May season. The smells of spring are lovely for about the 5 seconds that I'm able to smell it. Before I start clouding over and going, oh, no, mistakes were made. Womp! Hey, what's this monkey's problem? You idiot! While you were staring off into dreamland, your lantern got stolen. Yep, sure did. Huh. That is certainly an interesting little tidbit. Yeah, I've had allergy issues ever since I was a little kid. It's gotten a lot better in the time that or in the time it took me to grow up, but it's not nearly as bad as it used to be. I used to wake up some mornings and my eyes would just be like completely, like almost glued shut. I know it's kind of a disturbing mental picture, but yeah, kind of really rough as a kid, and I'd be so bad that my eyes would just be swollen shut and unable to breathe. It would literally keep me out of school because I just have to sit for a while with the cold wet rag on my eyes and my face just to try and get everything to go down enough that I could see. Yeah, thankfully it hasn't been that bad in quite a while, but I still have some issues. I've actually noticed that since living in Ogden, it's not actually as bad here as it was in my hometown. So, there's that I can be thankful for. You got the lantern back. Ran out of oil while you're following the monkey around. That's a bummer. Quick spin! Welcome, hey, buy something. Anything. Okay, Reaper, now pay very close attention, okay? This is how you get it so that the bird isn't mean to you. First, you scoop. And then you pay for it. 20 rupees. Hey, just drop the money in the box. 20 rupees. Thanks. Hey, thanks so much. Thank you. Hey, thank you. Come back sometime. Hey. Wolf. Well, that was a neat trick. Stalfos? Whack. A sword wields no strength unless the hand that holds it has courage. You may be destined to become the hero of legend, but your current power would disgrace the proud green of the hero's tunic you wear. You must use your courage to seek power, and find it you must. Only then will you become the hero for whom this world despairs. If you do find true courage... Wow, my headspace is just checking out. If you do find true courage and wish to save Hyrule from the horrors it now faces, then you will be worthy to receive the secrets I hold. It's definitely a Friday, guys. Enemies that are filled with energy will quickly recover and attack again, even when stunned by a powerful strike. The ending blow is a secret technique you can use on stunned enemies to end their breath before they spring back into action. When an enemy lies collapsed on the ground, stunned, ZL target and press A to leap high into the air and deliver a final strike. When the opportunity to end their breath is before you, you will see finish appear vividly before your eyes. Now, try it on me. That was a pinpoint strike. Never overlook your opportunity to finish with A. First hidden skill, the ending blow, has been passed on. Yeah, you're fortunate that your allergies aren't that bad, but being stuffed up all the time is not so fun. Definitely not. Link is kind of short. Why is the current Link always so short? Just is, man. There are 6 hidden skills for you to learn. Those are only for one who carries the blood of the hero, the one whose spirit is that of the sublime beast. Grow powerful, test your courage, and when you find that you need another skill to overcome the threats that face you, search for the statues that howl with the sound of the wind. Seek the sound that calls to the spirit of the beast to awaken me again. A sword wields no strength, unless the hand that holds it has courage. Remember those words. Farewell. Because he's Ilya's shorty. Oh no! A ripwork computer. So what are you going to be doing for the rest of the evening, then? I do kind of miss that in the Wii version you could use the waggle to get Link to jump. I think King's remark was more about the fact that anytime we're playing a game, in any of the games, in any given game that we are playing, the Link that we're playing as is the current Link. So, we're always short. Except for Fierce Deity Link. Fierce Deity Link is definitely not a shorty. I'll just climb up around those spiders. Yeah, sure. You trying to get it fixed? Yeah, it doesn't sound like such a great time. Hey, that's the monkey that stole your lantern. Doesn't it look like she's beckoning you? Aren't you the popular one? They got her put in a cage really quickly. Some nasty spiders. Alright, Skulltula. You're dead. Oh wait, there's that chest down there I would like to get first. Oh. Oh, those spider hands in Elden Ring are... Oh, but, I've found the biggest one. It's, on the mountain on the way to the fire giant. Heads up. Seems like you're not particularly worried about spoilers, so I feel bad about telling you about it, but, it seems like you're not really... you don't mind that much. No, on your way up to, the mountaintops of the giants, there's this big, nasty one that comes out of the sky out of nowhere and crushes a giant crow. And you're just like, oh my gosh. Gosh, that one was a big nope for me. It wasn't misshapen in the same way everyone else was, so he's made short as his way of being misshapen in some way. I mean, it really just depends on who he's next to, because depending on who he's standing next to, he's actually not that short. The real reason is so that you can see what your opponent is doing clearly. I guess that would make sense. I wouldn't want to make Link too tall or too in the way. Oh, what's going on? Has there been a monkey fight? Oh no, we can't go any further. We may as well go back. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like she wants to take you somewhere, so maybe you should just follow her. Yeah, so after we get through this dungeon, this is the dungeon that we have to finish in order to enable the Amiibo support. So unfortunately, it looks like we might not be able to do a lot with the Amiibos tonight, but we'll get far enough in that we can at least play around with them a little bit. Most of the fun's gonna have to come on Tuesday, by the look of it. Kaboom. Whew! How'd it last? Gracious, once I got in there, I couldn't squeeze back out. You were a big help. Thanks. I've been looking for something in here, you see? Gracious, yes. You must need something here, too. Shall we try working together for a while, fellow adventurer? I can even warp you out of here when you want to leave. You'll be able to come back to the same room anytime you want. I can be quite helpful, you see. So, this is actually how we're going to be doing some of the Ganondorf Amiibo. So, I can enable the Ganondorf Amiibo anytime once Amiibo support is turned on. But in order to turn it off, I either have to hit a game over screen, or I have to save and close the game. Which means returning back to the start of a dungeon, but with Uka, I should be able to always resume back to where I had to save and quit from, and pick back up. So, I will actually probably use Uka with this run for once. So don't think of me as a burden. Now let's get started. Or Uku. Sorry. Forget that Uka is the tribe she's from. You do make some interesting points there, Power. Guess we hadn't really thought of that before. Yeah, that's right. Get dead. Okay, and there's a treasure chest over this way. Let's go grab that. I'm pretty sure this is just a stamp, but I could be wrong. Yeah, is a stamp. Hylian letter A. For Miiverse, a function that is unfortunately dead. I probably will not concern myself too much with doing a 100% run, especially since a lot of the there's all these chests with stamps that we will not be able to use for any reason. As you can see, Monkey, there is a key on, or a lock on that door. We're gonna need the key for it. They were pretty useless before as well. That's just kind of the unfortunate thing. They try to make something that was unique and interesting for this game, but the thing is that Miiverse never really took off. It didn't really have any kind of a basis that people were truly that into. I'm sure that there were some people, a niche community that was really into it, but from what I've gathered, it seemed like Miiverse was almost completely useless from the beginning. But now that Miiverse has been shut down, there is absolutely no point of even owning the stamps. It's on the stinking Wii U. Yeah, there's that. I think that Nintendo has oriented themselves on the things that matter the most with the Nintendo Switch. And there's been a lot more success on the Switch than there was ever any point on the Wii U. Well, that sucks. Woohoo! More rupees. That's because they switched it up. Haha! That's a good one. Yeah, I know what Miiverse was for. Alrighty, so now that we've got 2 of these monkeys, I think we go back around the other way. Yeah, it probably had a lot more costs to moderate than it was actually worth at any point, so I can definitely see how, I can definitely tell why it wouldn't have been a popular thing for very long. I was never really involved in a lot of forums. The closest it's ever been was maybe Gaia Online, but even then I was only in it for a handful of people, and mostly for the games in it. That's alright. I think we all kind of look back at certain things that we enjoyed back in a different time with a lot of fondness. That is not the right one to throw. Insider forums, official Nintendo forums. Nintendo Power Team ran back in the day. Oh, really? That is pretty neat. I didn't know about those. Oh, this opens from the other side. Yes, the butt monkey dungeon. I take it you must have been lurking before, because we've actually been in here for a few minutes now. Perfect. That's all good. I certainly do not expect people to be watching constantly when hanging out here. When I watch other people stream, I am often multitasking, so I totally understand. I would honestly watch more Twitch if I could, or I would have it running more often and hang out with more people on Twitch if I could get service to work in my building. But service is so terrible. I can barely get music to stream. I have to download most of it ahead of time. Oh yeah. Yep, the end of another era. Interesting to see how things go sometimes. It's like, magazines were kind of like, the way of getting information was that you would read through a magazine that you subscribe for. And really, it's like different forums that were available really kind of killed the magazine as a means of source for information. since you could just hop on the internet, which you were already paying for, and just get your information through that. But monkey can do. Forgot to go to sleep. Gale! You left us to go to sleep. Go to sleep, babe. You goober. Watching videos about ADHD. Why does that not surprise me? More books were published in 2012 than in any year before. That's interesting. I did not know that. Also, I imagined you said it as "but monkey can do" rather than "but monkey can do." I'm pretty sure that it was intentionally the other way as well. Both work. What's funny is that I'm actually having some issues with the way things feel in terms of combat, because I keep expecting things to feel more like Elden Ring. Come on. I have gotten way too used to Elden Ring. Yep, whole different beast. You can say that again. So it's like my brain keeps going to, okay, this button is the one that we use for attack. Nah, that's incorrect. What's this? I don't use my thumb to attack. I use my index finger. Oh, I forgot that's a thing in this one. The roll stab is totally a thing in this game. And roll and stab. Roll and stab. Roll and and swing. That they do. Soulsborns definitely do. But I've been finding that a lot of games have been made along the same mechanics as well. They're just not as specific towards timing. It's like Assassin's Creed Valhalla actually used a surprising same amount of mechanics as Elden Ring. But the difficulty on Valhalla is not nearly as intense. Not to mention the fact that you can change the difficulty rating on Valhalla. Actually, I think I could agree with that statement, Power. I mean, I've been seeing articles that say that Elden Ring is actually in some ways harder than Dark Souls. And honestly, while it might be a more difficult game than I've played, it's from some of the other games I've played in my time, it's not the most difficult game I've ever played. Thank you for the clip, Metal King. Roll and stab. Roll and stab. Roll and swing. Nice. Butt monkey! A super butt monkey. You know, they actually did a very good job with the design on that, on this baboon character. Because, he's surprisingly... That spider that sits on his head is in such a way that it doesn't really look like that's something that's leached onto him. It just looks like it's part of his head. And you don't realize that it's not part of his head until after you beat this boss, or until you beat this fight. Got a hideous toupee. Quite. There we go. The Wind Waker boss is just a mini boss. I ever tried playing Super Mario Bros. Without save states? I mean, my first console was the NES, so yes. It's harder than Dark Souls, although the biggest thing that the Soulsborns do that the old games don't is that the difficulty feels way more fair than old games' difficulty did. I am the Fairy of Winds who resides in this boomerang. You have freed me from evil, and now I have my true power back. Please, take it with you. Use it to aid your quest, and may both my power and my blessings go with you. If you focus power in your boomerang before releasing it, it will unleash the power of wind, aiding you in unforeseen ways. Check message. Kyo, I'm trying to play a game. I can't even listen to it with volume. What? Kyo, go to bed. Just go to bed. Just go to bed. Oh. Just go to bed. Ugh. Ever played through Super Mario Bros. With save states? It's like an hour long if you do that. Oh, I'd beg to differ. I played Super Mario Bros. In about 20 minutes the other day with save states. You got the Gale Boomerang. This mysterious boomerang houses the Fairy of Winds. It sucks things up with a gale force. On the item screen, blah blah blah. Yeah, I have 5 targets. This is all information I already know. Might be too tired to sleep. Go try anyway. There was Princess. It came to Zant to lay on the siege. Under the siege. Under the siege. Even the monkeys should be satisfied now. Okay, let's continue combing this place. We already found something good, so let's keep searching places we haven't looked yet. Well, I'm gonna probably backtrack to that one room that might have something of interest. This boomerang sucks. Yeah, I'm not a fan of how they make you send the boomerang at that target total of 3 times before it will actually do what it's supposed to do. It's kind of obnoxious. Well, I guess that there are still some monkeys you haven't freed yet. At this point, you should just save them all and see what you can get for it. See what I can get for it. Oh, you don't understand what it means to be a hero at all, do you, Midna? Oh! I'll try. Yes, go get some rest. N64 was around the time where games were getting longer, but games weren't getting easier yet. This is kind of a blend of things that just didn't mesh well. I mean, I kind of disagree, but I grew up on N64, and that includes Ocarina of Time. I think Ocarina of Time is a very well-balanced game for the era, and that it holds up rather well. Really, Power, we're talking about my era of gaming here. Oh, yikes. Yes, piece of heart. I believe that's both from this room, or from this dungeon. I've been here before, been here before, been here before. I couldn't say I liked it. I'm not sure I know the reference for that. Comes to unfairly difficult games, it's the old school fighting games. Those were originally arcade cabinet games designed to rip off people's money, so in some cases the AI is actually cheating. Ah, yes. Oh, well, when you say it 3 times in a row like that, no, I don't pick up on it being Metallica. Been here before, couldn't say I liked it. Where do I start writing all this down? As long as you have that, you should be able to find where the captured monkeys are, right? That's the idea. Really enjoy Ocarina of Time 2. It was a signal of games getting easier, though. It was OT, really buggy in retrospect. Yes and no. If you think about it, yes, it did have a lot of things that were easy breaks, but a lot of games of the era were breakable. In actuality, I think that there's so much in smaller details that make up for the fact that it is mechanically unsound, or yeah, well, a little mechanically unstable. But the game itself actually does have a lot of stability in the way that if it's played in the way it is meant to be played, it is a very solid game. It doesn't have anything that is like locks you out, or causes the game to go any kind of buggy or active way that it's not supposed to, if you're just doing it the way you're supposed to be doing it. Now, the fact that it is easy to break is an entirely different story, but because we all definitely can agree that Ocarina of Time breaks very easily. Unnamed Feeling was actually one of my favorite songs from the Saint Anger album for a long time. They do say it like that in the song. I don't remember that. Acute angles were very fun. Yes. Okay, yes. I'll come this way, even though I know what I'm gonna see. I also haven't listened to that song in a very long time, so there's that to be accounted for as well. Okay, so we've rescued 5 of 8 of these guys. I guess in order for us to check the temple out completely, we need the help of the monkeys. Oh well, let's help the rest of them. Yeah, we would need to go up that way. We'll come back around to that in a minute. Oh, that rupee went off the edge. Darn it. Yeah, I'd probably die too if I got stabbed there. Not gonna lie. Oh, goody. Nothing? Out of all those? Go! Let's just avoid that spider altogether, shall we? I'd rather not tangle with it if I can help it. Okay, so we need a key. I believe the key is actually this way, if I remember correctly. Because he will not be doing that again. That's what I say about Zelda 2, and then I end up doing it again. Super buggy in retrospect. It just hasn't been in years of tinkering to getting it faster for people to pick it apart yet for modern games. I guess that's true. I mean, people are always finding new ways or fun things that they can do as breaks. But with modern games, when it comes to newer games, if something is discovered to be a problem early enough on, while there's still support for the game, the developers are able to create fixes and push out patches for it. So, just as soon as people find a break in a game, the developers will go in and make a fix for it. Special delivery. Oh, you didn't want that bomb? You can have that. Variation of 99 beers on the wall, which is 99 bugs in the code, 99 bugs in the code, take one down, fix it up, 102 bugs in the code. It's apparently almost painfully true to programmers. As somebody who has done a small amount of coding, I will tell you that is very true. The reason why physical copies are not the end-all, be-all of game preservation. Kaboom. Personally, my opinion about owning games digitally, I've talked with a lot of people that make a lot of arguments saying that they never want to own anything that isn't a physical copy. While I can understand the value of having something that you can actually put in your hand and hold, that item being unable to be taken away from you is definitely helpful. It has its value, yes, but at the same time, old games on old cartridges, they're not designed to last forever. They're designed to last maybe a long time, but physical copies of things, there's just no way to keep something preserved forever in a physical format. Eventually, the cartridge will wear out. Battery will die in it. I mean, yeah, the battery can be replaced, but how long until the other major components of the cartridge are gone, you know? You lose the integrity of a compact disc as well. And how long until the hardware that you need in order to run that format is no longer capable of doing so. But, I mean, there are still old Ataris that are around today that still manage to play their games as well, but I'm pretty sure most games receive a day one patch anymore. I think this is our last monkey. Get to fight a boss here pretty soon, and after the boss, it'll be time to activate the Amiibo support. Unfortunately, we're not going to have a lot of time for it tonight, but on Tuesday, you guys are going to be able to run rampant with it, so looking forward to that. Once again, computer, I am not asking a lot of you. The first CDs are starting to get to a point where they're just just old enough that the format is decaying to the point of unusability. If anyone you know is saving anything important to them only on a CD, it's time to tell them they need to get another backup of them soon. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't surprise me. I think that it's like I said, that there's really no permanence for things when it comes to a physical copy of things. I've almost given up on playing my N64 copy of Ocarina of Time just so that I still have it, that it doesn't experience so much degradation that it becomes unusable. But at that point, I think I'd still keep the cartridge, even though even if it didn't play the game anymore. That's an impressive jump. Thank you, monkey friends. Hey, the fairy. I will replace my milk for the fairy. If I can catch the stupid thing. Here we go. That way, I can avoid a death. One of the things I like about this game, above a lot of other Zelda games, is that these bosses actually feel very thought out. That you have to use innovative ways of of using the weapon that you received in the dungeon in order to beat the boss. Haven't touched stories, language, or genealogy, world building charts all today. Trying to write, and it's slow going. I mean, sometimes you're gonna have those days. I did that backwards. Perfect. That thing is ugly. It's our butt monkey friend. Has one dragon of a plant. Oh, I know, right? Hello, friend. Oh, shoot. Yes, please eat that. Oh, wrong thing. Shoot. Oh. Yeah, there we go. The fact that games have day one patches that get put onto them, I think has a lot more to do with the fact that when things go out, they might not realize that they have a problem. Games are getting bigger and bigger and bigger almost constantly. Any new game, really, has just so many things that this has, or that they have going for them. It's almost like the bigger that they get, the more moving components that they have, really. Oop. Welcome back, V. It's Mario Golf 64? This is absolutely Mario Golf 64. Which is why we're winning. Larger in terms of file size, yes. Well, I mean, that means that not only are they bigger in file size just because of their assets, but they also have tons of moving parts. They have a lot more quests. They have a lot more items. They've got a lot more things to do than they ever have before. And so that means that each of these things need to be able to work in tandem with each other, and if one thing becomes out of sequence from another thing, it does have the possibility of breaking an entire quest line and creating complications somewhere else. Thanks for the posture check. Appreciate that. Ugh. We'll lean back. Great. Wow, just getting the full treatment here, huh? That's what I was looking for. Oop. Why is that not working? I'll deal with it in a second. That's a fused shadow. It's what the light spirit called dark power. Where's the sword command? Want to see your sword? I mean, got a couple swords back there, got a few more over there. You know where the channel redeem is? You want to see all of them. Did I? Oh, sure enough. Alright, those should be on there. They should be back in the menu now. I have a desk toy. It's not that kinky. I have just general like pop Funko or Funko Pops and stuff like that. This cord keeps going off as if I have a notification when I open it. It doesn't show anything new. That's bizarre. We'll be turning a lot of things back on here, or turning a few more things back on here in a minute, now that we finish this first boss. Remember what that spirit said about how you had to match the power of the King of Shadows? Could it really be so easy? Is this all there is to it? There's a total of 3 fused shadows. I think the other light spirits have the rest. If you want to know exactly what fused shadows are, well, maybe I'll tell you if you find the other 2. I guess you'd better do your best to find them, huh? So, let's not waste any more time here when we could be looking for the other 2. I'll get you out of here. You pick up the heart container that fell out of that thing. Got a heart container. And now we've got 4. Want to go outside? Are you all done here? We sure are. We are completely done with this dungeon. Do you want to save? Yeah. Oh, we're 3 hours into this thing already. Heroic Sarge. Do not think that Hyrule is now saved from the spread of Twilight. Leave these woods and go to the west, where you will find the land land protected by the Spirit Eldin. There you will find those you seek. But know that these lands lie in Twilight. They are now a dark realm covered by the clouds of dusk. If you set foot beyond the curtain of Twilight, you will revert to your beast form, so be prepared. Hero chosen by the gods, leave these woods and go west to the land of the Spirit Eldin. That's better. Searching should be much easier now. But, of course, you feel the need to go and help the other light spirits, don't you? Well, don't worry. When you turn into a beast again, I'll take good care of you. The first thing you need to do is find that land covered in Twilight. Once you do, I'll help you out. See you later. Well, we are now one dungeon done. And in a moment here, we will be able to enable the rest of the channel rewards for this game. The Amiibo support, which I feel a few people are already excited to get their hands on. So you need oil guy? Yeah, I'm gonna buy that oil bottle now. Yes. Say, guy, you been to the Forest Temple yet? Isn't it great? I mean, sure, there have been a couple monsters stirring things up lately, but still, that's just the world we live in right now. I know what I mean? Things are rough all over. Now steal it from the bird like a normal person. It is more about getting the bottle than actually having the oil. Okay, we should be getting that message like any moment. Hyrule Field. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. The Amiibo functionality has been enabled. Try placing an Amiibo. Three hours in and you beat your first temple. That's usually how this goes with this game for me. Okay. So. I am yet to enable the Link Amiibo because we don't have a bow, so enabling that one won't do us any good. I will now enable the Zelda Sheik Amiibo option for you guys for 2,000 points, which allows for you guys to choose when I should use a Zelda or Sheik Amiibo to fully replenish my health. There is the Ganondorf Amiibo for 5,000 points, which will I will use the Ganondorf Amiibo in order to double the double damage that I already take, for a grand total of 4 times damage in this playthrough, since this is on hero mode. And if you wish to remove the Ganondorf Amiibo, that will be 3,000 points. So the way that this works is that when somebody when somebody redeems the Ganondorf Amiibo, it has to stay active for a minimum of 10 minutes before somebody is able to turn it off, so that it is at least used for the duration in which it's active. Or it gets used for at least a little while, so it's not a complete waste of somebody's points. So you can't just immediately undo somebody's request for the Amiibo. And likewise, the disable can't be immediately reversed. I get 10 minutes of downtime from the time that the disable Ganondorf is used as well. Those should now be active. I believe that they are now appearing in the channel rewards. So yeah, you guys are now in control of that. Feel free to mess with the game in whichever ways you see fit. That's true. If you pay the bird 1 rupee, he'll call you cheapskate. And he actually waters down the oil as well. He doesn't, or he says he gets mad and dumps water in it. I didn't know you could pay the bird. Do sometimes wonder how much of Day 1 patches attempt to discourage piracy. If you pirate the game, you won't get a patch, which means you will get a broken version of the game at least on release. That's interesting. I hadn't thought of that. I think a lot of it has a lot more to do with the idea that there will be things that they don't realize are a problem when they go out on the Day 1 edition. So they need Day 1 patches in order to help with that, but I am obviously no expert on this subject, so I don't know what all goes out in Day 1 patches. Alright, will you guys just confirm that you can see the Amiibos? I half expected somebody to turn on the Ganon Amiibo. So you can't glide with the cape unless you buy the game and install the patch. Oh, that is interesting. Alright. Thank you, Iron. Amiibo time. Right, you have to use the hook shot to get into that one. Get your points worth. I mean, hey, there's about 40 minutes left, so too broke to do anything. Sergeant coins. When we get the bow, replenish my arrows will only be 500. I have 7 Link Amiibos at my disposal, and arrows are not usually something I struggle with. I don't usually have problems with ammunition, but it'd be a time save if you guys decide to provide them here and there. There's a bug up there. Excuse me. Come back here. There we go. Gonna catch all the bugs? We might. We just might. I don't really have a lot of incentive for speeding through this game, aside from Skyward Sword eventually, because I really don't want to play Phantom Hourglass. I'm not ready for Phantom Hourglass in any case. You can use the boomerang to catch the bugs? Yes. Yes, you can. Dirty bugs for Agatha. Yeah. Go no further. There is a black wall ahead that blocks the way. I thought I would deliver a few letters, but it seems impossible. I am the honorable and dependable letter carrier, known to some as the postman. Now that I have introduced myself, please take this letter and read it at your leisure. To read a letter, go to the collection screen and then select the letter. You read the letters you receive. Do it whenever you see fit. Well, my business is concluded. Onward to mail! Onward to mail that you said you can't deliver. Print the game fully knowing that there are bugs that they know they will fix in a Day 1 patch so that they can get the release the game sooner. I guess that would make sense. I mean, in the time that it takes for them to print out all the games, they are probably already developing those patches, and that takes some time. Shorts are super well short and tight. It's choking. Hey, it was much closer than I thought. You remember, right? You know what this is. If you set foot in there, you might be a wolf again for quite some time. For at least as long as it takes for you to save the light of Eldin from Twilight, anyway. So, shall we try to go see the light spirit of Eldin? Ihi? Want me to let you into the Twilight? Sure do. That's a good boy. Now you need to listen to what I say from now on. Ah, look, how lovely. The black clouds of Twilight are so fetching today. I feel so much more at ease here. And you look so much better like this than in those dusty old clothes anyway. So let's get going. But I happen to like the green. Yeah, I kind of get what you're picking up. Or what you're... I'm picking up what you're laying down, Power. I definitely think that there's some truth to the idea that they can be rolling out a game that is mostly ready to go, would not be, like, wouldn't have any super major breaks to it, but would definitely not fit standards. Because in the time that the game goes to be made and mass-produced and getting ready to be pushed out, they do have time still that they can get ready to make the game's first day patch. So that gives them quite a bit of time, actually, from the time that they have a quote-unquote completed game to the time that it becomes available for consumer purchase before they would need to have that patch ready to fix whatever problems are present in the game. Well, it seems we have the scent for Talo, Malo, and Beth. And Colin. I will not need that. You learned the youth's scent. See, isn't being a wolf more convenient? Use X to hone your senses. You've begun to reawaken as a wolf, I think. Yeah, no. Perfect. Ooh. Sword or dagger? Chef's knife. That one is actually upstairs. That one's in the kitchen. I'll have to go and retrieve that one. Give me just a minute. Sorry for the wait. Must have lost it. I think it got tucked away a little further back than I thought it was going to be. Alright, so this is another one that the wonderful Iron has made for us. It's looks like it's getting a little something, or a little buildup, or not sure. It's not really dirty. I'm not sure what's going on with that. But yeah, this one it's been used a few times. I can tell you that. Where I stole it. No, this one Iron made for Kyo. I actually kind of like this one because it kind of reminds me of a Tonberry's knife from the Final Fantasy franchise. It's got a nice handle to it. It's got some heft. But yeah, it was actually stashed towards the back, but I know it's been used. It's just wasn't in a convenient location. But yeah, I think, how many pieces did I say we counted up? I want to say like 7. Something like 7 pieces or something like that we have from your forge. Now you can sharpen them with the bottom of a mug. The edge part. I did not know that. That's interesting. I guess I would never have thought of that. Yep. And I think it'd be 8 if I can get that axe. Would definitely like to have it. Mat that doesn't slip to put together puzzles on. Oh, that would be a very nice thing to do to have if she's yeah, into puzzles. Tried it once because you saw it on Google. It's interesting. What's this? That's strange. The bridge is gone. I wonder if this is the work of those shadow creatures. Ugh, what a pain. You can sharpen it that way. You can always have me sharpen it. This is true. Back to manufacture. In fact, that might not be a bad idea for this one. But we'll see. Well, let's look for it. You get your map out. The yellow arrow marks where we are. You knew that, right? Whenever you destroy those creatures, there's from the darkness, a portal opens that looks like this on the map. You hear me? It's called a portal. You'd better remember that. And in those woods we came through, yes, it's got to be around there. Yeah, it was this one. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Yeah, Kopesh is pretty sharp there, huh? See, I told you, we're here. You know, most people can't leave the Twilight that easily. You'd better be grateful. It's your job to look for the bridge. Look hard. If this were a kids program, we would literally be standing here like, do you see a bridge? And sit here for a good awkward 30 seconds or so while we have the kid point out the very obvious bridge in the background. Wow, it's perfect, don't you think? What do you think? Should we take it? Yes. Last warp. Do you see a Sargento? Yes, right here. It was not that obvious. Oh, yeah, Mother's Day has a tendency to get away from some of us. Blame that on Dora. Link is now Dora the Explorer. No! Just as I thought. So isn't the power of Twilight amazing? Call me if you need the power again. It should help you find what you're looking for, don't you think? Alright, let's keep going. Womp. Wonk. Not that I need to kill these guys, but they're here. I may as well. Just had a disturbing thought. This is a pretty elaborate gate. What are they trying to keep in? Or out? I bet it'll be worth our while to dig in. It just might be. Do we want to know? Kakariko Village. You know what's funny? These shadow beasts deal 2 hearts damage, which means that with the Ganon Amiibo, they would still annihilate me in 1 hit. That wasn't good. Oh, golly. To the hero, who was transformed into a blue-eyed beast, in the realm of shadows, in Twilight. This way. I am a spirit of light, hero chosen by the gods. Look for my light. Gather the light stolen by the shadows into this. We got the Vessel of Light. It's crucial to collecting the Tears of Light. If you fill it with Tears of Light, you will be able to cut through the twilight and return to normal. The insects of darkness. They are the form taken, the evil attached itself, my scattered light. In this shadowy twilight, the shadow insects are invisible, much as the people from your light world are. With the last of my power, let me mark your map with the locations. Be careful, the darkness now hunts you. Joy. First she said, why did you order me a gift? I told her, do you know what this Sunday is? Her response was, no wonder Grandpa was calling me today. For context, every year my mom helps my grandpa procure a corsage to give my grandma for Mother's Day. Oh, that's cute. It's very sweet of her. At least it's not the Silent Realm and Skyward Sword. Hey, we're getting there. Also, shh! Don't talk about Skyward Sword. Nobody talk about Skyward Sword, because Reaper is present and currently playing that game. So, shh! No talking about Skyward Sword. It's off limits. No spoilers. Hey, you can climb up here. Skyward Sword has a sword that is skyward. I just really liking to mess around with that one, huh? Cripes, I don't see those black brutes anywhere. They've got to be hiding somewhere, waiting for their helpless little prey to come out. Then they'll feast. We are safe as long as we remain in here, child. Be at ease. Oh yeah? I wonder if the monsters out there agree with you. They sure didn't seem impressed by my bombs. How long do you think we can hold in this sanctuary against beasts that strong, huh? You like barns? You haven't played through Skyward Sword. The controls bothered me and I didn't get it until it came out digitally for the Wii U. From what I've heard, Skyward Sword HD is pretty solid. I won't know until we get that far. Because I have never actually played my HD copy. The only 3 times I've played it, I think 3 times, have all been on Wii with Motion Plus. So, Skyward Sword HD, it'll be my first time playing Skyward Sword HD when we come to that title, which is only 3 away. Enjoy HD way more than the original. Yeah, I've gathered that. The Zelda and Loftwing Amiibo, I believe, is also supposed to be extraordinarily helpful if you pick this up for the HD as well, since it allows you to transport directly to the sky without having to go to one of the Loftwing statues. Essentially fast traveling. Once they attack, it's over. Remember the lady from the general store? Just one of those things attacked her, and a whole gang from town went to save her. And what happened? She was already gone, and then there were 2 monsters waiting. You connecting the dots? That means that if we get attacked by them, then we'll be... Barnes! Renato's pissed. Look, Renato, all I mean to say is that it's risky here, too. Ain't you got some place we can hide? There is a cellar. What? You have a cellar? Where's the entrance, man? The entrance to the cellar is designed to open when all the candles have been lit. I would not do that. When Father instructed me to secure the cellar, I saw insects like the beasts outside. Yes, Renato does have an eyebrow ring. Don't cry, Beth. It'll be okay. Sarge is coming to save us all. I can feel it. Been playing with and without motion controls like it both? That's good to know. I haven't opened mine yet, the Amiibo. Oh man, you're missing out. Original had only motion controls as the option. Yep. I've heard that fee changes is a huge portion of why the HD version is better. That is also something I've heard as well. You can feel what? The heart of the cards? These kids knew you'd come to save them. What a hero. How sad to be right in front of someone and not be noticed at all. You are chosen by the gods, and only that keeps you from turning into a spirit, or worse, into a dark monster when you enter the twilight. And no one knows what you have done. You may be doomed to toil in obscurity forever. You're the type to worry about everything, I can tell. But don't fret over Princess Zelda. She chose this state of affairs after all. Anyway, what's with having to light candles to get to the basement? Not very subtle, is it? So, what are you going to do now, my lonely little hero? Shouldn't they notice the stick picking itself up and suddenly floating across the room like this? You'd think. Personally, I don't mind the way that the characters look in this game. I kind of enjoy the style for them. What sorcery is this? The entrance to the cellar opening on its own. Could those beasts have engineered even this? Cripes, seems like everyone's trying to pull a fast one these days. Boy, I don't have a clue who this Sarge fella is, but I've got to say I ain't overly confident he's gonna come save this village. I wonder if my wife is debating using channel points even now. I believe that she has actually gone to bed. When I went upstairs, she was not on the couch, as she had previously made her encampment. So I believe she has actually gone to bed. So she should be sleeping now. Why didn't Zelda change at all when she was in the Twilight at the beginning? Oh, I mean, Reaper has finished Twilight Princess. We're cool to talk about Twilight Princess, I believe. I'm pretty sure that the only person in my chat who hasn't played this game is probably Iron, if I had to venture a guess. How about that? Looks like you can climb the scaffolding. Let's do that then. I was actually just trying to see who all was in the chat a moment ago and happened to notice a certain lurker who has not said anything the entire time they've been here. One whom I've met through Reaper, in fact, back when Reaper was streaming. The answer is the same reason why Link became a wolf instead of a spirit. Oh, we don't need to go up there, Midna. What's funny is that this map is flipped, but this actually looks right to me, because this is how I remember playing this game growing up. Yep. The one time I've ever been banned. Such a fun story. Such a stupid story. Ah, spoiler is ruined. It's okay, I never went back to that community after I got myself, after I made my appeal and got myself unbanned from that community. I was just like, great, I'm so glad we can be friends, I'll never be back. Oof. Fair enough. I don't think we're actually supposed to do anything in here, are we? Next. I believe that will be me, Metal King. Just ban everybody. May as well ban everybody while you're at it. Well, guys, it's been a wonderful stream. I guess now that we're all banned, we may as well wrap up here. We're done until we see you riding a unicorn. I'm afraid that 1 a.m. happens a lot sooner than that. In fact, it's about there now. I figure at the very least I can probably wrap up and get to... Oh, yeah, we should check these tags, don't you think? The ones that say no flame, no using flame. We're just gonna ignore that one beautifully. Sorry, but as romantic as this is, I'm not going to stay here with you. I'm getting out. Ooh. Oh. It does a lot of damage. Oh, I wasn't planning on mentioning any names. If anything, I was only meaning to invite. But I do appreciate my lurkers, too. I don't suppose there's any nicer way to hunt these things, huh? Well, you had to sacrifice someone's house to find tears of light, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, right? See, Midna's got the right idea. That would have definitely been death with the Ganon Amiibo. That is correct. I actually need to get down from here. If I jump, how much damage will I take? Probably. Actually, I don't think we take fall damage with Wolf Link. Gotta figure out how to get into this structure. There we go. All right, we got them. Whew. Man, this is already almost a nail biter, just just without the Ganon Amiibo on hero mode. It's like I said, I haven't even played this on hero mode before, so fact of the matter is, I am very, very scared of what this is going to mean for me with the Ganondorf Amiibo active. Do fairies activate in wolf form? I'm really not sure. I would imagine so, but I don't know the answer for that. Because we do still have the one fairy. Yeah, normally I can play this game through and I don't have to worry about carrying fairies or potions or anything that will heal me. But it's kind of a little lame actually, because there's this whole set of mechanics designed for helping players that you know, that need healing, that, you know, aren't on the same level as me when it comes to this game. And so for me, you know, playing on hero mode almost rebalances the game in difficulty. So, kind of feels nice. Oh, there you are. Yeah, looks like we're pushing the stream time out just a little bit. That's okay. I just want to get through becoming normal form again. Looks like the path's impassable, but I can get you up if you want to go. And if it's impassable, then why would we be able to make it through? Why do I have to stand guard? The ladder's destroyed, so it's not like any humans will come up. What was with the elders? If we have a problem the humans can help with, we should ask. It is better than suffering for the sake of pride. I agree, Mr. Goron. Any rupees? Work's over, and I'm surprisingly tired. Well, I'd tell you to get some sleep, but we both know that's not happening. Yeah, I probably cannot stay up too much longer myself, but I've got to get those last 3 bugs. Sarge wants the dollar. Something like that, yeah? I think we messed that one up. There we go. You're up at 8:15 because you couldn't sleep. That's unfortunate. Three more hours left to work. Oof. I feel for you, man. I guess it would make sense why why this song would be in this game. Yes, Song of Healing. Let teachings of old pass to you. Take sword in hand and find me. Pretty legit. Oh, you little jerk. Get back here. I say. Please. I said please. It's kind of nice that the tears heal us. Ooh, that was almost bad. I got 2 more bugs to find, and then we'll probably wrap this one up and call it a night. Oh. Alright, take care of that one. And then, perfect. Kind of miss being able to just whip up a bunch of notes in an instrument. The warp system in this game is definitely significantly more elegant than having to play 1 or more songs to warp places. That's true. There's something satisfying about playing the ocarina, though. I've always enjoyed the ocarina as a mechanic for not just warping, but for puzzle solving as well. But I know that not a lot of people actually enjoy that, and that it can be a little bit more annoying than anything. Get down, you bug. Get down here. I say. I say please? Well. Why do I have to stand guard at a dead end at the bottom of a cliff like this? Wait a second. Have they tucked me out of the way because they think I'm useless? Aw, Mr. Goron, you're not useless. Your elders are just very concerned and don't know how to take care of the issue themselves. Sure didn't help in its case that half of the song puzzles in Ocarina of Time were play this random song here for no well-explained reason. I mean, it made sense to me, but it's also my favorite game, so I'm very biased when it comes to Ocarina of Time, just because it is my all-time favorite game. Hot, another fumarole. Fumarole? Is that right? Fumarole. And once again, it is in the worst possible place. I suppose this path is impassable now. Yep, and so we're going to come down here to where these ugly things are likely to get me. Oop, I hear the bug, though. There we go. Perfect. Fumarole? Okay. Sounds too much like funeral for my taste, but... The Vessel of Light is full of tears, and light has returned to this area. It's unclear until you just try random stuff. It's been so long since I had to try random stuff that I honestly can't remember. I was just starting to have fun. Don't forget that fused shadow. See you later. My name is Eldin. I am one of the light spirits of Hyrule. I am the spirit that guards these lands. O great hero chosen by the gods. The dark power you seek lies in the sacred grounds of the proud mountain dwellers. But already those grounds have been defiled, draped in shadow, and seeded with evil. You must go to those sacred grounds and cleanse them. Eldin the moth? No, Eldin the ring! Scarecrow Song's kind of one of those things that you don't really need in order to finish the game in its entirety. In fact, most of the time I don't even bother with anything for Scarecrow Song. Sarge? Biff. They just walk around him. See, Beth, I told you Sarge would save us. Very true. Song of Time blocks still trip up Moon, and she plays the game constantly. Oh, really? That's funny. You are the one from Ordon whom these children spoke of. We are well met. I am Renato, shaman of this town. And this... This is my daughter, Luda. No love for Barnes. The beasts took us and left us to die, but Mr. Renato found us. At first, I couldn't believe they had come from so distant a place as the Ordona province. Yeah, we don't remember much. All of a sudden, everyone was captured, and then, until now, it's been like a nightmare. Yeah, it was like a terrible dream, and we couldn't wake up. Nightmares are everywhere these days, it seems. This village has certainly seen its share of recent hardships. The dark beasts attacked, but even worse was the sudden and inexplicable change in the mountain-dwelling Goron tribe. They had long been our friends, but suddenly treated us as foes. Even now, they refuse to permit us entry into their minds. It strains the limits of belief to think that such a gentle and proud tribe could change so suddenly. It makes me wonder if something in those minds is the cause of this change. In any case, you must take these children and flee this village before more nightmares descend. I, of course, cannot leave my village in such a time. There is no telling what may happen to us here. But it is my job to try to coax the Gorons back from their recent change of heart. Yep, as all those kids are like, yeah, you better help. That's fair. No, I still definitely esteem Moon as a superior randomizer player than myself. There's definitely areas that we are both better than the other when it comes to Ocarina of Time, and that's interesting to really see. When we do co-op randomizers together, there'll be some things that I can tell that I may be a little bit more proficient in as far as accuracy, but I don't know the tricks like she does. 75% of the time, she doesn't even get the Song of Time by the end of the seed. That's funny. That's really funny. Okay, so we have put just shy of 4 hours into Twilight Princess HD. We are not anywhere close to being done with this game, guys. We have still quite a ways to go in it. But this is unfortunately where we need to stop for the night, because I need to get to bed. So, let me just double check on here. No, it doesn't look like there is anybody on that I'm currently following, unless somebody has a raid recommendation. So, yep, so we didn't use Amiibos this time. That's okay. There will definitely be plenty of opportunities going forward. So now that the Amiibo support is active, we will use... I mean, those will be optional every stream until we finish up with Twilight Princess HD. So yeah, we will be resuming this on Tuesday. Stream time is 4:30 Mountain Daylight Time, and yeah, I hope that you guys will come to hang out for that one as well, and hopefully we can start really using these Amiibos to either my advantage or very severe disadvantage. But thank you guys, Metal King, Iron, and Power for hanging out, as well as Sedition. I know you were here. And anybody that was hanging out in the lurk phase, I definitely much appreciate all of you guys for coming and hanging out. Oh, V was in here as well. But yeah, I definitely enjoyed myself with Twilight Princess HD, and finding some new difficulty in here. I'm going to try and get a death counter put up on the screen for us, so that that will be kind of a more active thing. Oh, Reaper, you're here too. I'd almost forgotten. I'm too tired. Yep, but thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out, because really there's no point in streaming if there's nobody to watch, so really you guys make it all worth it. So until Tuesday, stay safe and awesome, and I'll chat with you guys on the next one. Have a great weekend.